Morning, recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the April 7th, 2026 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held hybrid pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025 and is being recorded. Commissioners Bennett, Stebbins, Ryan, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. We have a full agenda today that I will generally summarize. We will start with opening comments from commissioners, followed by a vote on meeting minutes, before we proceed to staff license recommendations. There are 2 license renewal recommendations and 1 enforcement action. There are 8 items in the commission discussion and vote section today. Clarification on tier relegations, that will be, I believe, a vote. Approval of executive director performance review form, update on testing protocols package 1, discussion on pending enforcement processes, including but not limited to mass biolytics, assured, stipulated agreement, greatest hits enforcement action, MCR Labs enforcement, and Boston Bud Factory. Publication of approved receivers discussion, product catalog open data update, discussion of marijuana research facility license type and research permits, including intellectual property considerations, and the establishment of an expendable trust for cannabis research, which we will take a vote. I will ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting raise their hand to be recognized. And with that, and those initial comments, I'll turn things over to commissioners for any comments and or updates. And I will start to my left with Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, this has certainly been an eventful week for the commission, and it's only Tuesday. By now, we are all aware of the bill that was released yesterday from conference committee. I'm sure this isn't the only time it'll be mentioned today. But if adopted by the House and Senate and signed by the governor, there's no question that change will come to the commission. I want to just take a moment to acknowledge the uncertainty that this no doubt brings for staff, notwithstanding the clear intent in the bill to maintain our dedicated and talented team that I really have had the pleasure of working with these last several months. Change can be scary and it can be a lot of work, but it also is an opportunity. It's an opportunity to reset, to think differently, to lead differently, to clarify priorities, to find efficiencies, and to serve the public in new and better ways. I can say with certainty that in my time on the commission, I'm really proud of what our team has accomplished, and it's a lot. Social consumption, delivery exclusivity, new opportunities for social equity participants, significant enhancements to transparency through features on our website, more data available at Metric, easier access to the COAs, and so much more. I'm not going to list everything, but I just want to say that I'm excited for what the next chapter brings, regardless of whether I'm part of it or who else is part of it. And I will stop there.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Bennett. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. Couple of things to go through. First, I had the opportunity to visit 2 of our licensees up in Salem last week. I want to thank the owners of Witch City Gardens, doing business in Starbird. They are a dispensary and also a new Tier 1 cultivator. Great discussion, certainly shared information, Chair, as we always do, about the Equity Works platform with everybody. Also spent some time with the team at Atlantic Medicinal Partners in Salem. Great to connect with Jeff and his team. They also have operations up in Fitchburg and in Brockton. Following day, took the opportunity to travel up to Athol to meet the team at Hometown Harvest, which I understand just received their commits ups this week. We discussed their recent experience with the licensing process, RDT, and accounts receivable. Later met up with the town manager, Sean Sahosky, who has been a tremendous leader with the MMA, to discuss the impact of the cannabis licensees that they have operating in Athol. Following those meetings, I went into Barrie to meet with the family that owns High Hawk Farms. They have both an outdoor grow and a dispensary in Rutland. Good questions and discussion around positive impact plans, RDT, and badging, among other topics. This Friday, the Social Consumption RDT Working Group will be hosting a 2-hour brainstorming session with our outside stakeholders and internal team with the goal of hearing their thoughts and input on the training components. Again, I want to thank past chiefs, Executive Office of Public Safety and Security, Mass Restaurant Association, Mass Municipal Police Training Committee, Mass DPH, Chief Carmichael, Coalition for Local Public Health, our municipal emergency response personnel, and our local DPH representative Chelsea. Additionally, Commissioner Benedon and I have connected with the Chief of Staff and the EPCO team to follow up on the use of census tracts as well as residency requirements for the SEP program. We're going to bring back some recommendations to the whole commission. Commissioner Benedon, the Chief of Staff, and I are also following up on the petition that has currently been submitted to the commission with respect to drive-through or drive-up retail sales. We had a call yesterday with the ABCC. Yesterday gained their historical and regulatory perspective on the topic. Some good insights from their chief. We'll reconvene as an internal working group and strive to bring the matter back to the full commission. Certainly have been kind of working virtually with Commissioner Roy on the issue of license renewals. So I've appreciated the opportunity to go back and forth on some points in the document she created. Lastly, I know we're reviewing the new process for reviewing the in evaluating the ED's performance. I want to thank you, Chair, for your work on this process. Just so we can focus on the proposal being discussed today, I just want to offer some clarifications about the development of the ED process we had previously used. As I expressed, I'd raised concerns early on about the executive session in the previous process as the CCC was ramping up. Using the model we had used at the Gaming Commission, I had the opportunity to work with our COO and our HR director at the time to create that new process and look forward to making some changes to it. I do want to clarify that our ED at the time was on board with that new approach and shared his concern about the use of executive session. He certainly was not reluctant to participate in the process we created, but looking forward to discussing the changes to our existing process. And I'll also just appreciate the words of Commissioner Benedon with respect to the news that we got yesterday. And also want to thank our incredible team for the great work that they do. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to my colleagues and staff and everybody listening. And I want to thank Commissioner Benedon for her comments. I have similar sentiments. There are a lot of things in the bill. I think that the industry is applauding, and I know purchase limits from going from 1 ounce to 2 ounces, being able to advertise with loyalty programs and coupons and discounts. I was happy to see also a dedicated line for folks to be able to report complaints if they see any illegal behavior or anything around worker safety. And there will be anonymity protections that it won't be subject to a public records request, which I think is an amazing step for the industry. So I applaud that. It's incredible. I also want to thank, the staff for their support. Like Commissioner Benedon says, we don't know what the future holds, but I really proud of the work I've been able to do. Lead commissioner on host community agreement reform, testing, championing new secret shopper regulations, new product catalog, open data, red tape removal, working on biennial renewals. And we have an important vote next time on a licensing freeze, which the Boston Globe and the BBJ and many folks in the industry think is long overdue. Also proud to have worked on micro businesses, making that a viable license type with Commissioner Stebbins. So, many things that, there's a lot to be proud of here. And, I always give it my all, and I'll continue to give it my all. And we don't know what the future holds, but I just want to thank my colleagues on the board, the executive director and the staff who've, always given me their support and collaboration. So thank you so much.
Thank you, and I will also echo the comments of Commissioners Benedon and Roy for acknowledging just how much work has actually happened in the course of the last 6 months, and looking forward to actually before this legislation becomes law, making sure that we actually the tips line is something that's really important. I want to thank the staff for all their work towards moving that forward and making that a reality, hopefully within the next month or two. Also, that I think reminds us of the tragic passing of Lorna McMurray, and that is what we heard from a lot of the folks who work in the industry, and really hoping that we can maintain. We've gotten so much done over the course of the last 6 months, working all together, working diligently with our staff, working collaboratively as commissioners. My biggest hope is that the pace of change that we have established over the course of the last 6 months can continue, and we don't lose any momentum going into the summer, because there are many things in front of us right now. We need to take on the difficult issue of testing fraud, which we know is a real problem. We need to make sure that we are protecting the honest businesses from those who would perpetrate a fraud. I want to thank Commissioner Roy for joining me in a meeting with the staff from the Attorney General's office, because one of the things that we are looking at right now, and hope that the Attorney General will join us in, is looking at whether or not, when there are fraudulent certificates of analysis that are approved by testing labs, basically they're committing fraud on consumers. So we look forward in the next several weeks towards working with the Attorney General's office to figure out how that might actually become a Chapter 93A violation, because then that will have real teeth. So we appreciated the time that the Attorney General's office took to meet with us. We appreciate it, and we are going to have some additional meetings in the very near future. I also want to acknowledge some of the work that has happened over the course of just the last week or so. Today, we're going to be voting on establishing an expendable trust. And again, I point out all the hard work that our CFAO, Lisa Schlegel, did towards figuring out a solution, because our Chief of Research, Julie Johnson, who has been working really hard and is really the leader globally on social policy, has been pushing to create an independent research center. Over the years, she has won significant grants from NIH and other places, is currently working with a number of people at Mass General and McLean Hospital to look at some of the problems that we're finding with youth abuse of THC products. And so we thank Lisa for her work, because what that will mean when we hopefully pass that today is that we will be able to take those funds. We're not going to leave money on the table anymore. It's going to go to directly fund research. I also want to thank the Secretary of Economic Affairs, Paley, and the Undersecretary Vega for meeting with Dr. Johnson and me, because we're trying to figure out how we can put together a 3 or even 4-legged stool. We know that there is industry in Pennsylvania and other places that is willing to fund important research, either to find new therapies, to look at the negative and the positive impact of cannabis, but there are private parties willing to invest in research. We know that, Dr. Johnson and her team can continue to win those important grants, but also, can we get matching funds from the state? And that was a robust conversation. We thank Secretary Paley, because that door has been left open, and we look forward again. And this is the momentum that I'm talking about. How do we maintain that momentum that not only will keep the public safe, make sure that the public is getting fairly priced products, but also making sure that Massachusetts can remain and become an even greater hub in the biotech economy. I also want to specifically thank the Senate Ways and Means Committee for including, again, it's just on the Senate side, in the supplemental appropriation, $1 million in much needed funds. Commissioner Roy has been a champion on making sure, and Dr. Johnson, and making sure that we have those dollars to promote public safety by doing public education efforts. We have not had that funded, even though that is a mandate. So we truly thank the Senate Ways and Means Committee for putting that language into their supplemental appropriation. And I also, and they will remain nameless, but I thank the several Senate Ways and Means members who are very interested in also helping us gain funding in the full budget as that process is going through, because establishing an independent testing lab scenario, not necessarily building a lab from scratch, but I thank the executive director, I thank Commissioner Roy for the work that they've been doing to figure out how we might be able to do this, spend our dollars smarter so that we can protect public health, safety, and we can protect consumers across the state. So again, obviously this is a busy week. It's a very exciting time. We have so much that we're getting done, and I look forward to maintaining that momentum. So now, as we move on to the heart of the meeting, I will move now for the approval of minutes. So the next agenda item are the set of minutes from March 6, 2026 and March 16th, 2026. Commissioner Roy, I will entertain a motion to approve the March 6, 2026 meetings. Do I hear that motion?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Commissioner Stebbins seconded. Do I hear any questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll take a call roll. Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. March 6, 2026 meeting minutes are approved unanimously. Commissioner Roy, I will accept a motion to approve the March 16th, 2026 meeting minutes.
So moved.
Do I hear a second, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will call the roll. Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. It passes unanimously. We have Manager Suko Defoe. Is she in the room, or is she joining us on behalf of licensing remotely?
Madam Chair, if you are amenable, I believe, so first of all, the Director of Licensing will be coming up, but the tier relegation discussion under commission discussion and votes for clarification of tier relegations is directly related to item number 1 as well. That needs to be resolved first, if that would be okay.
Could you just restate?
So it would be the clarification of tier relegations taken out of order prior
Oh,
to
okay.
DM.
Thank you. So I believe that our enforcement and investigations and licensing team will be speaking to that. Who will be leading that discussion?
Do we have the physical?
Oh, I forgot.
Yes.
And so just saying, we're taking out of order the clarification of tier relegation.
Commissioners.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there were, just for clarity, I was talking to some commissioners yesterday, making sure everybody, and then I realized that people were not looking at the same slides I was. So there is a slide that sort of talks through a few scenarios of how we can approach the implementation and enforcement of the tier relegation within the regs. And so that slide is at the end of board effects, whereas there was some general information earlier up in your board packet. So this is a physical copy, and the Director of Licensing, as well as the 2 co-CIEs, are prepared to kind of go through everything. The last major update that we did, I note, is in August of 2025, which was prior to the chair being with us and prior to Commissioner Benedon being with us. So I think there's some general information we'd want to share, and then talk through how the board would like us to approach this, as we have, the last motion was to enforce as of January 1st.
Thank you. And good. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So on the first slide, we kind of recapped what happened in the applicable regulations. So the applicable regulation, as you see, is the commission may reduce the licensee's maximum canopy to a lower tier if the licensee sold less than 70% of what it produced during the 6 months prior to the application for renewal for an indoor cultivator, or during the harvest season prior to the application for renewal for an outdoor cultivator. The previous motion language from August 2025 stated as follows: direct investigations and enforcement staff to begin enforcement of 935 CMR 500.52 D and E, and same for 501. With respect to tier relegation beginning January 1st, 2026, after providing notice to licensees of this change in policy at least 60 days before the change takes effect. Next slide. So the current question that we are bringing before the board is just clarification regarding the motion and next steps, essentially. So here we have 4 different, I guess, options presented. So one could be direct commission staff to use an administrative process to strictly enforce the 70% threshold contained in commission regulations. The second option would be to delegate authority to commission staff to enforce relegation with discretion to the factors contained in commission regulations. The third is direct commission staff to notify licensees that do not meet the 70% threshold that they will be relegated at their next renewal if they fail to meet that threshold for a second year. Fourth, leave this determination to commissioner discretion and therefore require a vote to determine that relegation is warranted based on staff's recommendation. Now, obviously, it's not as easy as that. We've kind of identified collectively for INE some risks and require processes that surround tier relegation that we will go together as a group. Armin, I don't know if you want to speak to the operational and compliance issue.
Sure. Thank you, Director Koval. Good morning, Board. So as Director Koval was stating, there are some additional, again, risk and required, processes for these various kind of the four above considerations for the board here. So for operational compliance, again, identifying the timeline for when licensees would be subject to relegation, that they must come to compliance with their new tier. This may also require rapid destruction to avoid potential diversion risk. It must be prioritized over other routine licensing and compliance inspections. Another factor for the board is that, again, identifying whether relegation should be single tier or multi-tier based on the amount of marijuana sold by the licensee. And again, just to state this again, that there theoretically could be a potential diversion risk.
Could you explain that to me? I'm not sure I understand single tier versus multi-tier based on, I'm not sure.
Sure. Absolutely, Madam Chair. So take, for instance, if we have a tier 8 cultivator and if the calculations show that they are under the 70%, would the board want them to be lowered just to the next lowest tier? Or would it be contemplated that they might actually be lowered several tiers? So that's one question for the board, but we're seeking clarity that if they are to be relegated per this process, would it just be automatically one tier lower to the next available tier?
So yeah, to expand on that a little bit more, essentially, let's say we do the calculations and instead of being below 70%, they're like a 30%, which technically instead of tier 8, they should be closer to tier 3. What is the board's intent to just, again, as Armin said, to relegate them one by one tier or relegate them to something that's closer to what the numbers show?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Director Enos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll just kind of briefly touch upon the legal kind of consideration and risk here. So again, theoretically here, the calculation of a total percentage of canopy, again, may be flawed, theoretical there. But I think what a likely scenario could be is if that is then challenged by the licensee, again, that might prompt certain, again, legal challenges that would then implicate, obviously, the legal department. Because again, we are talking about their property rights and, plants that they have cultivated. Kind of getting into some of the financial and IT aspects, as kind of we previously said during previous public meetings, again, the annual license fees are paid prior to the actual renewal. So again, if there is a compelled relegation, the excess license fee will need to be refunded. Another consideration and risk is licensees may apply to expand their tier after 6 months of sales, which will lead to a back and forth expansion and relegation and tracking difficulties that would present some additional work for Olivia and her staff. So another way to kind of paint that, again, if they are mandatory relegated, they might then take efforts over the next 6 months to try to bump that back up. And then by our regulations, they would be able to submit a tier expansion request. So the potential there is that we're kind of in this yo-yo of you were relegated for 6 months, they scale back up, request to go back up to the higher tier. We kind of go through this again, renewal. So you can kind of see how it's potentially could be a, expansion, reduction, back and forth.
So another consideration is the extensions that we currently have, because that it just complicates the problem with for finance essentially, because let's say, I am at the public meeting today for renewal, but because I have extensions, my expiration date is not actually till July. So I'm getting I'm getting approval to be renewed today, but it's not actually going to go into effect until July. So you see how that like just complicates things like for finance, because if there is going to be a relegation, will that go into effect today at the day of the vote? Or will it go into effect the day the licensee technically expires and the renewal goes into effect? This wasn't an issue before we started having extensions. However, because, you know, HCA's and extensions, now that's a real possibility, because we do have a lot of people that end up on the public meeting several months prior to expiration.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Regarding the calculation of total percentage of cannabis sold may be flawed or challenged by the licensee and may prompt legal challenge. Are you suggesting that calculating canopy is too subjective? And is there a better way? Counting plants, calculating pounds?
So I think one question is, and again, this is where we would defer to legal, is does the tier level count as part of the property right of the license itself? And we are taking away from, let's say, go from tier 11 to tier 10. You know, are we taking away a piece of their property right? Another challenge that could potentially happen is, you know, yeah, I know you guys are calculating based on metric and just straight numbers, but you're not taking into account, you know, factor X, Y, and Z, which we think you should take into account when calculating these numbers. And I think to the number portion, you can speak more to that.
Let's get a quick question. We're talking about, you know, the issue of oversaturation is an issue that we've heard from many, but is it my understanding, and this is also in terms of how we calculate it, it's my understanding, and I might have even been one of the places you just visited. I have heard a story from a licensee that it was one of their first years and they had grown beyond their allotted canopy.
Mm-hmm.
Is it true that we made them destroy the entire years?
We will have to defer to.
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Could I, you don't have to answer that now, but it's my understanding that that did happen. That with one particular licensee, that they had grown beyond the canopy and we came down very hard on them. And so you don't have to answer the question now. I'll go back and I'll try to find, but I think, I don't know if Commissioner Roy remembers that or Commissioner Stebbins remembers that, but it seems like we didn't have a problem when someone had grown beyond their tier limit of really coming down hard on them, and it almost put them out of business. Now, I'll wait because I want to make sure I'm getting my facts correct, but this is also where, you know, I'm a little bit leery to leave too much to judgment, because and again, the term discretion and judgment, and we've gone back and forth about how much the commissioners can and should be allowing discretion. And frankly, we're going to be talking a lot about discretion later on in this meeting about pending enforcement actions, that there was a lot left to discretion that the board was never allowed to know about, where discretion may have been inappropriately levied. Okay, so I'll leave it at that. I you know, before the next meeting, I'll get that to you, but I would like to know that. So again, it's a little bit of a jog here, but I also think that it potentially colors our thinking about how we as commissioners want to address this and what the role of commissioners is in terms of this is where the discretion and the judgment does happen. So again, I didn't mean to take us too far afield, but you know, I want to raise that executive director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that generally sums up some of what we're talking about here with the options 1 through 4. So the action of the board, just to summarize here, was to basically direct the staff to enforce the tier relegation reg. To direct to enforce a may is where we've hit a wall. We're saying we need a little bit more direction from the board of how you'd like to proceed. One option within that is to delegate the authority so that we're applying, you know, some of the options listed in the regs to consider when deciding whether or not, when applying the may. So, a delegated authority is not what was in the original motion. That's certainly an option to your point. If that's not something the board is amenable to, what we've presented is other options. The option that was discussed at one point previously, which we're going back to, is if it's a 70% flat, the answer is either you calc out above 70 and you renew, or you're below 70 and you're being relegated. We just want to go through what that actually looks like in terms of that person is most likely going to be able to go above 70%, and then they would be applying to go back to the previous tier, and then we're yo-yoing those individuals. And so that was some of the scenario that Director Enos went through. There's other items in here, and Commissioner Roy and I were discussing kind of some middle grounds as well between these four that I want to bring to the table as well. But ultimately, the way that staff had left the previous discussion and vote of the board was that we would do the calculation, we would present it to the board at the point of renewal, and the board would make the determination, which is how the assumption from staff was. So we're looking for some clarity on the intent of the board, and then as Director Koval mentioned, there is considerations from the finance side, which we've worked with the CFAO on, which is the individuals are paying their renewal fee when they come in at their tier. We're saying you're below 70%. In a tier relegation scenario, we can say you're going down one tier. We are refunding you the difference between tier 10 and tier 9 because you've been relegated. Then if that individual within 6 months essentially applies and says, I'd like to go back to tier 10, then they're paying us back the difference. And so those types of things from a fee perspective, which we've known, our system has limitations on, is also a concern that we'd like to say. So one of, within these four as well, all of them seem to have the issue of somebody's coming in for renewal. They're paying their renewal fee based on their tier. And then we're having a discussion, whether it's the board, whether it's staff, or whether it's a flat 70% that says, all right, you paid the wrong fee because now you're being relegated. So one option that we discussed as well was if it is a look forward. So for example, you're coming in for your renewal, we give you the option. You can choose to relegate. We've had a number of businesses choose to relegate because if they don't plan to grow to a certain amount, why would you want to pay a higher fee? And so we've had tier relegations, but they've all been voluntary to date. So in an example where we say, look, you're given the option, you don't want to self-relegate. Well, rather than going back, we could look forward and say, you have been identified that you're below 70%. So on a look forward basis, whether that's within 3 months, within 6 months, 6 months being something that's obviously stated in a different context within the reg, you will be relegated for your next renewal if you do not get above 70% within a period of time. So that is not on the screen. Obviously, that's a little bit more of if we're looking to have another option, more of a hybrid option that gives the board not providing the delegated authority to staff, but giving the direction to say this is the anticipation, and that because we're forward looking, we can always bring that to the board in the interim. That's another option to discuss. It's not currently listed. So I just wanted to add that context.
Thank you. Don't we in any situation when there is if it is all up to the discretion of the licensee, then why do we have this?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
If we leave this all to the discretion of the licensee, then how do we give meaning to this regulation? I understand the concern about ping-ponging back and forth and, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So give us guidance as to maybe why this regulation is here in the first place, because I've been hearing a lot from people who say, and it's my understanding, and this is also something that I'd like us to explore a little bit more deeply, that there have been some larger cultivators that did go out of business, flooded the market, and we're not necessarily talking apples to apples here, but in talking with stakeholders and licensees about the oversupply and how do we address that? Now, this is just one tool that perhaps, and I've been told it's almost like kind of too little too late because we didn't enforce this, over the years, and there may be more, there may be more less quality product that has been put out into the market, flooding the market. I was told in one instance that there were, I think, 3 cultivators that did go out of business, flooded the market, and the prices fell. by something like 30% between last January and April. So as commissioners who are trying to, and I know that we have heard from prior leadership that we're not market prognosticators, but this is a highly regulated market. People are losing money. I literally was in tears last week talking to a particular licensee who said, I have mortgaged my house. This is my business, and I see myself potentially closing in the next couple of months if we don't see some relief, either through red tape removal or looking at us to make sure that the cheaters don't get to compete with them. So if this has not been used before, and I do hear some of the risks associated, what is the point here? You know what I mean? Why is this even here? Is that?
No, absolutely, Madam Chair. No, thank you for that. I think that is kind of part of the reason we are back before the board today right now, is again to get that clarity in that direction. Just one comment. Again, we're looking at licensees that, again, by our calculations, would already be producing less than their total max canopy. So again, I don't know if that is directly going to have an impact on the products that are currently out there, because they are still going to be producing. But again, we're now talking about, again, 3 to a 2. So I don't know if that's going to get at, again, the oversaturation aspect of it. But you bring up many good points. And again, I think some of these, again, when staff was kind of contemplating and building this process out, since the May is in the regulations, and you raise a lot of valid considerations that should be taken into account here. But I think that kind of strengthens the reason why we're before you today, just to obviously respect what the board wishes here, because there are some discretion elements. And obviously, we want to respect the board's position to opine on those and direct them.
Question, but I want to make sure everybody else has time. Director Colbaugh.
So yeah, to your point, how this helps, the market oversaturation, it doesn't. Relegating people who are already producing below their tier level would not actually have any benefit impact on the market oversaturation. If anything, maybe those that are expanding or other issues could impact, but not the tier relegation itself. Really, it would just be for administrative purposes for us to have on record that, hey, you are tier 11, but you are growing a tier 8 for this year. We don't know what the intent was of the inaugural board when they did come up with this regulation. That's something that we can do some research to identify further what their intent was. But as it stands, it is kind of red tape, in my opinion, because if I have a tier 11 and I want to just grow a tier 8 this year, but keep my option open to grow at a tier 11, that's not impacting the market in terms of oversaturating or flooding the market. It's the people that, are wanting to expand potentially. I'm not saying, we should go one way or another in expansion, but that might have an impact on market.
Mr. Roy, do you have any?
No, I was just looking at the stipulated, I was looking at the stipulated agreement for Neomat, and that's the licensee. And they had to have a destruction of their plants, 20%. They did apply to expand. It was denied. So we did bring down the hammer on an outdoor grow in Uxbridge. I remember at the time I said, why did we recommend donation somehow of plants to indigent medical patients, veterans, as opposed to destruction of plants? And, plus they had to pay a significant monetary fine.
How much was their fine?
I believe, let's see.
And Madam Chair, I believe DOI could actually speak to this further. She has further information.
Thank you. Okay, please, thank you. Director Ball.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear and see me?
Yes, and we're happy to see you. There you go.
Oh, thank you.
Thank
Hi,
you.
everyone. Yes, the matter that's being, the prior enforcement action that's being discussed, the enforcement action there was that our expansion regulations, similar to relegation, is that there's a percentage tied to your prior 6 months or your prior harvest if you're outdoor. The licensee in question had not had 6 months worth of cultivation data. So when they submitted their expansion request, it was denied. And despite receiving that denial, when we conducted an inspection, they were still growing above the license tier they were at. So they did not have to destroy everything that they had, but they had to destroy what was above the tier that they were licensed for.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to ask, to answer the question in terms of what was the stipulated remedy at that time. So the respondent had to submit to a 24-month probationary period. Additionally, there were some continuing education requirements with respect to a monetary penalty. There was a $20,000 fine that was assessed, or penalty that was assessed, excuse me. And then there was also repayment of the difference between which tier they were operating at versus which tier they were actually licensed.
So it was the all-in fine and differential that they had to pay beyond destroying the product?
$22,275. I will also note as well in this agreement, I will just my perspective here as well is that this is a stipulated agreement that was voted on and approved by the board in December of 2022. I believe the facts that are outlined in this agreement should speak for themselves.
When did that investigation, when was the initial violation filed?
That was on or around May 5th, 2020 is when they submitted their application. Excuse me, I'm just reading through this as well. It was in 2020. It seems like it was August 2020 was when their actual application was out there. There was a final license that was issued. They began their planting season in 2021. I would definitely refer you to the actual stipulated agreement because that contains a full recitation of the facts, Madam Chair.
So, but when was the initial violation of the overage?
I don't have that in front of me right now. I would again refer you to the stipulated agreement because that has a full recitation of the facts there. With respect to the destruction, paragraph 22 in the stipulated agreement does state that in its plan of correction or amended plan of correction, respondent indicated it had destroyed a portion of its canopy. So that is a back and forth process with our investigations team as well as the licensee to make sure that they are brought back into compliance with what their actual license tier was. So that destruction was part of a plan of correction. I do not have the facts specifically in front of me, but it is possible that the licensee also proposed destroying their own product or their crop that was in excess of the canopy too. But again, I would refer.
Can you just track that down just so we sort of see the time?
I have it.
Do you have it? Yep.
Yep, the stipulated agreement. It's right on our website too.
She's really good at this.
In paragraph 15, on September 29, 2021, enforcement staff conducted a post-final license inspection, PFLI, on the licensed premises. Paragraph 16, while conducting the PFLI enforcement, staff measured the cultivation area and determined that the size of the respondent's canopy was 35,525 square feet. Enforcement's technique for measuring the cultivation area was to use the static distance between the T posts in each row for the area width. 5 feet multiplied by the length of each plant row, which varied in distance. Paragraph 17. Enforcement staff also discovered additional cultivation areas beyond the garden beds. Plants were found growing in 5-gallon pots around a portion of respondent's perimeter fence line. Paragraph 18. Having determined that respondent's canopy exceeded the maximum square footage permitted for a Tier 3 marijuana cultivator, enforcement staff issued a notice of deficiency to respondent on October 7th. 2021, citing violations of 935, 500, 0051C, and 552C. Paragraph 19, on October 8th, 2021, respondent submitted a plan of correction. In the plan of correction, respondent countered that based on its calculations, its total canopy was 26,216 square feet. The plan of correction indicated the width of each row had been measured by the tilled garden bed, which was less than the width relied on by enforcement staff in its calculation. Paragraph 20, 26,216 square feet exceeds the maximum canopy area of 20,000 square feet allowed under respondent's Tier 3 cultivation license. Paragraph 21, on November 16th, 2021, respondent submitted an amended plan of correction featuring amended canopy calculation based on linear feet measured by enforcement staff, or 7,105 linear feet. The amended plan of correction restated that respondent had measured its canopy using a different identifiable boundary than the boundary chosen by enforcement. Respondent's identifiable boundary was the width of each raised garden bed, which is 3.5 feet. Adopting enforcement's calculation of 7,105 linear feet, respondent calculated a difference of 24,867.50, rounded up square feet of excessive canopy differing from its first plan of correction, identifying 26,216 square feet of canopy. As a result, respondent claimed that its canopy had exceeded its tier limit by 4,868 square feet. I can keep reading. What the stipulated agreement was signed on, ratified by the board on December 9th, 2022.
So I think that recitation also explains how complicated this is for you guys as well. So it also, I think we need to understand whether or not this regulation makes sense. And B, it appears that there's quite a bit of discretion that also is hard for licensees to follow. I've actually talked to those people and I remember hearing from them, and they actually had hired someone and they were just starting out. And it was they had mortgaged their house or whatever, but it was like a big investment for them. And they hired a consultant, and the consultant had an oopsie. And so they ended up, being in this position, paying $22,000 in fines and overpayment. So, I would try to figure out with my fellow commissioners here, one, maybe this is something, that we consider for change in regulation, because when I look at this and I see this, and if it's not going to have the word I use, and I'm really annoying, impact, and there will be a Boston Globe blogger who apparently there was someone in there calling themselves recovering attorney. I know that was aimed at me, and now it will be impact queen or something. But if it doesn't have impact, why are we doing it? So I would also ask the staff, because in looking at potential, how do we look at the cultivation to ensure, and one of the things we will be talking about today is open data, which will help us find whether or not there's inversion, whether going from wet weight to dry weight, whether there's something happening. But also, what I would love you folks to come up with thoughts about, how do we look at this whole tier issue to determine how we can protect the honest operators, how we can make sure that we're preserving quality versus quantity, because to me, that kind of helps everybody. So I would love, I don't know if you have any thoughts about that. Do any of you have any thoughts about anything we can or should be doing, or is that something that maybe we have another discussion on April 16th or sooner? Commissioner Roy?
Based on what I just read, and the information you provided today, I mean, we talk about standardization and testing, but how about measuring canopy? If it's too subjective, some jurisdictions go by total plant count. And maybe that's something we need to standardize, the way the inventory is counted. I mean, they're saying that they measured it differently than our enforcement staff, based on the till beds and everything else. So it's possible two people could measure the same thing and come up with two different canopies, right? It's just, there's too much room for interpretation there. So I'm wondering if there's a better way. I mean, going through other jurisdictions, I believe we lifted this from Colorado. It's very, very close. But Colorado does go by canopy. They go by total plant count. And, California, licensees can submit for a one-time change outside of their renewal process. Colorado, licensees may voluntarily decrease cultivation, total plant count. Connecticut, they avoided tier relegation, 15,000 square feet of grow space, the licensees must demonstrate. Or they pay per day, I believe, a $500 extension fee. Illinois, they can decrease in increments of 3,000 square feet based on market need. Maine, a licensee may submit requests for tier reduction, and they must sell at least 85. They have a higher threshold than we do at 70. Montana, they just initially licensed tier 2 canopies. New Jersey may choose its tier units at applications for licensees. New York can request tier reduction. Licensees must be in good standing of 80% sold or transferred. And Rhode Island bases it on projection need of patients. And Armin, I want to thank Director Enos, thank you. You did all the research on all the other jurisdictions. And so I don't know if any of these have been challenged up to the appellate level. I tried to find it. I couldn't find anything on that based on, you said there might be legal exposure here. I can't find a case of significance that demonstrates that in any other jurisdiction. So I worked with the executive director late last night on possible middle ground motion language up for my colleagues here to decide if it's appropriate next step.
But would you consider, I mean, this is where I think we put the staff in an untenable position. And with all due respect to our predecessors as commissioners, and in their defense, they were standing this up. It's like, what is it? They call the big dig, like doing heart surgery while the patient was still, playing tennis. But how do we help you get at what we're trying to get at, or do we even care? If it's not going to have impact, do we then take a little bit of a deeper dive and look at the plant counting model, which also might help us better try? I mean, I just kind of throw it out as part of the discussion. I'm going to go to Commissioner Benedon first.
Sure. So I wanted to note that our regulations do define canopy. They define a method of measurement. It's not completely vague, but at the same time, I agree that there is certainly some ambiguity. The question of counting plants as opposed to square feet may well result in a more accurate picture. And this seems to me to be steering towards a larger policy discussion that maybe we don't need to have at this time. In particular, we're having this discussion today because one of the licensees that's up for renewal is at like 68%.
Right.
So we're not looking at a situation where somebody may be relegated, as was noted, 5 tiers downward. And maybe given all of the factors and all of the discretion, even at 68%, would not be the first case that we would choose for relegation. And so I just, given that I think more consideration is needed here, I wonder if we can hunt on this one and renew. I personally would support renewing the license in the tier that it's at, despite the 68%, and considering further in the future, revising the regulations, either to clarify how canopy is measured or to, switch altogether how we measure canopy or how we look at relegation.
Thank you. Those are good comments. Executive Director was about to say something.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to, I think, the board is going in a direction that I'm certainly comfortable with. I just want to note, obviously, to Director Koval's point, if somebody wants to produce lower than their tier, that's not impacting the overall production. And so that's not necessarily a concern. That they're making a business decision in that regard. And I don't know that that's really the board's, focus. I think the chair mentioned an example earlier that we heard about in testimony in which a cultivator was sort of sitting on product and they went out of business and flooded the market all at once. So I think within the calculation, there is a certain element of the ability of, and in this instance, an outdoor cultivator to not sell the product all at once, and therefore in the calculation they're below 70%, but they could certainly rise above 70% with relative ease. And so I think within that as well, to Commissioner Roy's and my discussion earlier of looking ahead, to give the opportunity to say, look, we are looking for you to be above 70%. Because we don't, and then in that regard, the commissioners are potentially having an impact on not allowing that type of behavior, or addressing, the extent of the behavior, which is legitimate.
When you just said that, it just came to mind, sort of like putting together the two issues. If there is a cultivator that's kind of like, maybe getting, not fully selling all of its product, that may be one symptom that there's a problem with the business, right? And, would that then alert the commission to potentially do, and we can't do a financial audit, but what I would want to know, and this is, also one of the things I know in the legislation that came out, we know that accounts receivable is a significant problem, and it looks like, while they've passed that language about accounts receivable, that's not going to be in play, I think. And again, I won't say that I've memorized the 32-page bill that came out, but that the accounts receivable issue, which is also creating significant jeopardy for a lot of, our businesses. Would that be incumbent upon us to do some, I don't know if it's a full-blown financial audit, but if you are, maybe over a couple of, years, not reaching that full capacity, and there may be some other things going on there. And then, as we saw with these other licensees that went out of business, then flooding the market. That's the negative impact that we don't want to have happen. I would love to know if those, and we'll figure out who that is. I think people will know, but were those businesses, at their capacity? Were they, at full capacity? I don't know. But that would be potentially something that we might want to look at, is the why. Why aren't they meeting that? Why aren't they doing that? Is it because they don't have the resources, they can't afford the inputs, and that they are in jeopardy that then could create that cascading effect on the market? So I don't know what your thoughts are on that, Mr. Executive Director.
Happy to come back on that, Madam Chair. I think, the example that's relevant today as well is sort of Croptober for, outside growers. And so obviously they make business decisions based on when they're going to market in various ways. So I think, the answer is it's not necessarily, I'm saying that the board wants to use this as the mechanism to ensure people are not sitting on product, but it is one way that the board could look at that through the calculations that we have. So my only point is, I think that what the Commissioner Roy and I were talking about of a look forward, I think we could certainly refine and come back to the board on in the future. We could discuss that here. I can put in the chat if you'd like. It's up to you. But I think, the discussion from Commissioner Bennett on as well, in terms of, is this the critical example on the agenda today, at 68%, with the ability to go over 70 within 6 months? No, I don't think it is. But I think if we want to talk about how the reg is written in a way that the board may want to see it, not to let it go entirely, but to have it make more sense, we could certainly come back with that as well.
I'd ask Commissioner Roy what her, because again, I wasn't privy to the conversation last night, and I don't know where that fits in, or if that's the sort of additional choice, or if, I think that Commissioner Bennett makes, a good point that, in terms of license, renewal, that maybe this is not our test case right now. I don't know if Commissioner Stebbins, if you have any comments at this point in time, but do you want to give me, obviously this has been licensing freeze, enforcing regulations. I know that you have been, taking a leadership role in this. I defer to your thinking on something.
Yeah, sure.
And again,
we were always told that tier relegation is a tool in our toolbox that we never used. And I heard that line.
I think if we'd used it previously,
many times,
consistently, it might have been helpful.
Right. And, and then in reading through the licensee's response, which I can read part of it into the record, the response back to the commission by email is, I believe the commission's calculation may not reflect how outdoor cultivation material is actually processed and brought to market over the course of a year. Outdoor cultivation operates on a single annual harvest cycle, with the majority of the biomass harvested in October. That harvested material is then processed gradually over the following months. Because extraction, manufacturing, testing, and product development occur continuously throughout the year, it is normal and expected for a portion of the prior harvest to remain in inventory at the time of license renewal. For our operations specifically, the October harvest serves as the primary feedstock for extraction and manufacturing throughout the subsequent year. The material is not intended to be sold immediately as bulk flour, but instead is utilized over time in the production of manufactured products. As a result, a snapshot comparison of harvested versus sold within a limited time frame does not accurately represent how the material is actually utilized. Importantly, we have utilized and sold the entire harvest from our outdoor cultivation every single year we have been in operation. In fact, our harvested material supplies only a portion of the demand for the harvested material we utilize, and we routinely supplement with additional material to meet production needs. Because of this operational structure, inventory remaining from the harvested period does not indicate underutilization of canopy or excess production capacity. Rather, it reflects the normal cadence of processing and sales for an outdoor cultivation operation that feeds a year-round manufacturing pipeline. If helpful, we would be happy to provide additional information regarding how the harvested biomass is allocated into extraction and manufacturing over the year so that the commission has a more accurate picture of utilization. So. Listening. Well, this one's right under the threshold at 68. Have we asked or have we looked at the prior 2 years to see if in fact this is true that they did? They did.
They were over 70% for the previous years.
And so we have very few outdoor cultivators due to many reasons in New England, primarily the weather. And, unlike indoor that can grow all year long, they have Croptober.
Correct.
Which has to last them the year. So I'm not in a position where I would feel comfortable to penalize a licensee because of conditions that are outside of their control, the weather, and they can only, harvest
Definitely
1 month out of the year. And then they have to ration it as any business would to get through to the following year.
Smooth out their economics, of course.
Exactly. I mean, who can afford to test everything up front?
Right.
Who can afford to, right? And so I wouldn't feel comfortable penalizing. What we could do is perhaps take a step back, figure out if there is a way that is more objective and less subjective on how to calculate inventory, and figure out a way how we can disincentivize that fire sale.
Yeah.
Because I think that is it is a problem, that is. So I agree with Commissioner Benedon. I think we should punt on this one.
More elegant term.
I like the sports analogy. I like
Gently defer.
And so I guess, that's my thoughts around it. I did, work with executive director late last night on motion language. But I think it's not appropriate for today.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't know if staff has any other comments.
Commissioner Stebbins, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of quick questions if I can. And hearing what my colleagues are saying, amenable to gently deferring. That's recommendation. I had a couple of questions. You look at not just sales, but you look at the other factors. How easy or how difficult is it to get the information when you consider those other factors?
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. So some of that information is already kind of contained in the renewal application. What we have done is kind of updated that to make the parameters kind of more in line with this regulation now in there. So as far as getting the information, again, if the licensee provides it to us in a timely manner, and if we have time to review it, there's really no constraints there. I think some of the challenges for our staff, and again, kind of hitting on the may and the regulation, and again, that last factor in E, those other factors that the commission may consider. So I think that was our challenge. So initially, our understanding and interpretation was, we're just going to run the numbers. Because numbers are what they are, very objective. And then the idea again was to present that percentage to the board with the understanding that if the board had other ideas, again, a catastrophic event, again, in the case of the email that Commissioner Roy got, so that if there's a specific caveat or nuance to their operation that might need to be calculated or taken into thought, our thought was that would be information for the board to ultimately consider in conjunction with the percentage to ultimately then tell staff what you want to do as far as relegation or not. So Commissioner Stebbins' response to your question, as long as we have the information, it's not really an issue there. It's just, as you said, and Commissioner Roy and the chair have said, these other acts of God, these other nuances that kind of fall into that may and that discretion, which is why we're kind of before the board today.
Okay, Director Coble? Oh, sorry.
So, yeah, to your question. Yeah, to your question, from the regulations is that fifth element, which says any other factors relevant to ensuring responsible cultivation, production, and inventory management. That's where it would get tricky because defining that is difficult and it can be very subjective, to your point. So I think when we're looking at just straight data, that's not a big issue, but that fifth element is where the challenge comes in.
Thank you. Mr. Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. I don't think we got to it, but when we were looking at that slide on that, I don't think we got down to why you felt tier relegation would be a problem disproportionately affecting our equity licensees.
Oh, absolutely, Commissioner Stebbins. And that's a very important point. So yeah, let me certainly take a moment to talk about that. So I think what the board should keep in mind with that point, again, the calculations we have, it takes into account what they are cultivating, but it also is what they are transferring out.
How many social equity cultivators do we have?
1 second, Madam Chair.
1, 2.
No, we have
We have,
18.
that's our 18.
18 SCP cultivators, and so 3 of them are EEAs, 5 are SCP.
Okay, 5 SCP.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, that was
18
Thanks.
SCP, yeah, 5.
5 SCP?
5 SCP. That's what I'm saying. It was a very small.
18.
18.
Including, yes, including the category. Okay,
Are
thanks.
they double counted?
I'll have to double check on that.
Could you get that for us after lunch? Just determine whether or not they were, anyway, go ahead, Commissioner Stebbins.
Yeah, thank you for that. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Stebbins. Yeah, just so one last point on that. So for instance, if you have a licensee that has multiple locations, multiple cultivation establishments around the state, they can, I don't want to say manipulate that threshold, but they can transfer things to their other affiliated licensees that would actually kind of go into the calculation. If you have a smaller kind of mom and pop shop, locally owned, if they have only one location, there is no place for them to transfer within their affiliated license. So that's just where the equity component might come in for kind of more spread out licensees and more locations.
Okay, good. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner
Sorry,
Stebbins.
no worries. As I'm looking at this, I think I'm equally as concerned as the problem we've all talked about, people holding on to product. Maybe they go into receivership, and they realize renewal date might be coming up and they're dumping product into the marketplace at a bargain basement price, right? And then kind of compresses the cost for everybody. I wonder also if we're going to obviously think on this and think about coming back to the regulations, what could we do to incentivize people to self-relegate? We know they save money if they relegate down. I think it'd be important to have a conversation around, should we be increasing cultivation license fees so that if you do relegate down, it's maybe a more sizable financial impact than under our current structure.
I think that's something that we probably need to. Do we know how many cultivators are in receivership right now? Is that something, again, is that something you can get for us after lunch if you
Yes, I can get the cultivator information.
Okay, Commissioner Roy, and then I think we might be sort of coming to an end. We have other issues, and I know we do have a hard stop today at 3:30. So just want to make sure we get through as much of this as we can. Commissioner Roy.
Yeah, just, moving forward and knowing the situation, Massachusetts finds itself in with over 4.5 million square feet of canopy, probably over 5 million because we're not counting medical. Medical was not folded into that number. So I'm gonna just guesstimate, it's probably over 5 million square feet of canopy, significant price compression. We had great feedback on a possible licensing freeze around canopy and capacity with overwhelming support. I know Paul and Marianne are developing the metrics for the board to look at. I'm wondering if inventory audits could be a required SOP, meaning how much is going to be used as bulk flower versus extraction? What are you projecting to transfer to Director Enos's point out versus sales? So the commission and the board could have a better understanding of the anticipated use of the flower and the products. Obviously things happen, subject to change, but it would give us an understanding of a snapshot of the inventory that's out there and the projected use of it. Thank you.
Director Enos.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Roy, could I just ask a follow-up question to what you just said? So what was the question there? Could we look at licensees drafting or adding to their own SOPs, kind of the intended ultimate end result of what they're going to cultivate and grow?
Estimate just for, as the board does market analysis, nothing that's, punitive. It's just, it would give the board, it would give enforcement, it would give the executive director a better understanding of projected use of canopy, and, not to add work to licensees, especially we're considering going to biennial renewals. But I think we find ourselves in a really delicate space of, I was on the phone with someone this morning that, said it's really hard to make it. And there's so many going under. And with price compression, and I think action should have been taken a long time ago around a licensing freeze, and it wasn't. And here we are today. And what can we do? And I think we just need to get a handle on what's out there and what is the projected use of what the inventory is.
Okay, thank you. Unless anyone, again, would like to move things forward. And also, Director Coble have stated we have 7 cultivator licenses in receivership, and it is not clear that any of these in receivership are other SEP or EEA. So thank you. So, Commissioner Roy, sorry.
I know we have to keep moving. Do we know the estimated canopy in receivership?
Not at the time, but we can
get
that information.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so we are going to table, well, we're not going to take a vote on the clarification tier relegation. So we've clarified a lot. It's been a very good discussion. And then we have 2 license renewal recommendations. 1, debilitating medical condition treatment center and alternative therapies group. I don't know if there's any comment from the licensing team. But if not, Commissioner Benedon, I will entertain a motion to approve the license renewal of debilitating medical condition treatment centers and alternative therapies group. Do I hear that motion?
So moved.
Do I hear a second, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will call the roll. Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. It passes unanimously. All right.
I need a 5-minute.
I know. I'm just trying to, so we've gone through that. So we have, all right. So I think we will have enough time. So I want to so we will maybe take a break, and just a short break until 11:45. And then we will talk about the stipulated agreement. Commissioner Roy, will you make that motion? Seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. All in favor, we will be back at 11:45. Thank you. Bean, thank you. Okay, and we are back, and we are now talking about enforcement actions and the stipulated agreement with Boston Bud Factory. Attorney Gooden, if you could just present that for us.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I know this action has come before the board, or the stipulated agreement has come before the board for consideration twice already. So I will just kind of do a basic recitation of the licensee, some of the licensing information, and then I can provide a brief description of what has changed from a couple of weeks ago to today. So this is a final order and stipulated agreement before the board for consideration. It affects licensee Boston Bud Factory Incorporated with two licenses, MR 281525 and MP 281397, as well as two registered agents, Mr. Franklin Daly, agent registrations AR 287654 and AR 287627, as well as Mr. Carlos Sarno, AR 287655 and AR 287648. So we'll note that both of those individuals are persons with direct or indirect control of the licensee. So as noted, the commission last considered this final order and stipulated agreement at our March 26th public meeting. And so at that time, the board did ask for specific revisions to the agreement, which we believe the parties have incorporated. To start, we have included a payment schedule, which requires the licensee to pay quarterly payments of $6,250. So those would be due 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, and 12 months after ratification. We do provide in the order that licensees may remit payment in advance of those scheduled due dates. So if they wanted to pay it all in full, that is totally fine. There was no penalty for prepayment. We also have included an acceleration clause. So in the event that any payment is missed in accordance with the schedule, the commission has the ability to notify the licensee and demand full payment within 14 days. So additionally, we made revisions to paragraph 86, which comprises the continuing education or affirmative relief, some of that affirmative relief requirements. So what we have done here is, one, we have included a general requirement that all continuing education must be completed within 3 months of ratification. However, I do want to caveat that slightly. We have specified that the parties will identify a training course or courses that address 1, youth prevention and advertising, and 2, inventory management, including diversion and inversion. So we felt that that hit the points that were raised by the commissioners, as well as hit some of the specific violations that we found in the stipulated agreement as well. I do note in here, though, or the parties do note in here that if the parties are unable to identify a suitable training course within those 3 months, that deadline shall be extended for an additional 3 months. So in any event, those will be completed within 6 months. But
and what will be the reporting back to, you know what I mean, that they have 3 months to find it, and obviously it may or may not, you know what I mean, it's going to be up to them to figure that out. When do they have to report to us?
So that is within the 3-month time period. And so we do note in paragraph 86 of paragraph A that all respondent licensees, employees, including management and owners, shall complete said trainings, and respondent shall notify the commission of the dates of the training. So they must notify us when those trainings are actually conducted. And then the final revision that we've included in here, which was not specifically requested by the board, but hearing some of the feedback, I felt this was beneficial to include. So in accordance with our general laws, chapter 94G, section 19, I did include the option for the commission to record this order, which will then constitute a debt to the Commonwealth and shall have priority over any other encumbrances recorded, registered, or filed. So really speaking to
this would be first in line for any debts that would be paid in the event they go into a receivership.
Correct. So that is something that we have not employed thus far, but it is something that something that reviewing our statute and definitely hearing the comments by the board. I incorporated this in here. I did include it as a may because we have not utilized this. I want to make sure that we are following the process correctly. But incorporating that in here and then including that as we're moving forward as well, I think would be my recommendation.
Are you anticipating doing that with any other stipulated agreements?
I think incorporating this as standard language would be a good idea. And I definitely want to caveat this. Thank you. I want to caveat this with, I've included may right now because we will need to figure out exactly where we are recording this. I know I've spoken with some folks over at DOR in a separate matter and they do something very similar too. So incorporating this for right now, but trying to utilize this as a tool to make sure that when the board has voted to accept a penalty, that we will make our best effort to guarantee that we will get that payment in any event.
Excellent. Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Enforcement Council, what paragraph is that language?
So that's added onto paragraph 98.
98.
And excuse me, I'm actually noticing in my addendum, I did not include that paragraph. So paragraph 98, apologies, Commissioner.
She didn't see it. It's not there.
So with
How
that,
do we make sure that that's in, it is in the paragraph, or did you just?
May I read the paragraph?
Please, thank you.
Paragraph 98, this order shall be binding upon respondents and shall inure to the benefit of the parties to this order and their respective successors and assignees, and shall be construed in accordance with and governed by the laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Further, in accordance with General Laws, Chapter 94G, Section 19, the Commission may record this order, which shall then constitute a debt to the Commonwealth and shall have priority over an encumbrance recorded, registered, or filed with respective to any site.
Thank you. Is this the first time we've ever done this?
yes, I believe so, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Can I ask, who was the enforcement counsel when this first enforcement action was established?
Madam Chair, you referring to the assigned attorney on that
Yes.
matter?
Well, who's the enforcement counsel? The person in your role.
So the enforcement counsel at this time, when it was referred to us, I believe it was Rebecca Lopez.
And did she review these initial findings?
I do not believe the stipulated agreement. I would need to go back and look at the timeline on that to just be sure.
I would actually like to see, and this isn't going to delay, but I believe I've requested, I would like to see all, now that we're at a final stage, I would like to see in writing all correspondence between enforcement counsel Rebecca Lopez and the investigations team regarding these initial findings. I think I might have put that in writing to you, but I'm raising that with my in front of my fellow commissioners now. But could I get that in writing? Could I get those emails and maybe Paul could help us with that if we need to do an email search. But I want all correspondence between Rebecca Lopez, former CIA, and I'm not sure, what her role was, Noam Jones, but I would like to get all of that correspondence in writing.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm happy to discuss with the executive director and see there maybe I do want to just advise as well that there might be some elements of an underlying investigation that were not substantiated or we did not move forward with during the enforcement action.
Again, we're talking about process today, and this is also because I remain concerned about consistency of process. Again, this predated you. And if there are additional, when investigate, are you saying that there are some additional investigations that are still open?
Oh, no, not speaking to this one,
I'm
just
speaking
in particular, but as a general matter too, there may be certain instances where perhaps there are a number of different items that prompt an investigation, but after looking into it, it is either determined that an enforcement action is not warranted at that time, or we're not able to substantiate, so making an effort to not prejudice.
I understand that, but it's understanding, and again, responding to the IG's office and the state auditor's office about parity of process. And so again, if there is some reason to not provide that. And again, if my fellow commissioners want it, not want it, but if there is some reason, I'd like that in writing because it's my understanding that there were some questions that were raised a number of years ago about this. And it's important, I think, for us to understand so that we can make sure that there is parity of process to understand what goes into this. Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Any other
I have a
questions?
process question, but I think we need to vote on this. But I know.
Yeah, Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Enforcement Council, cleaning some of the other language that you and I talked about up. Just want to, I don't think it needs to be included here, but I again would encourage us as the commissioner, as a board, to direct you to transmit a signed copy of this to the city of Holyoke. In this case, just so the municipality is aware of the actions that we're taking.
Commissioner, did you have one?
I have process questions, because I think,
Do we want to take that up now?
no, when we get to on section Roman numeral 6, number 4, I'll wait till then on the agenda.
Okay. All right. And again, we thank,
We have to vote on it.
I know, but I'm thanking him for his patience. He was raising his hand. He was ready to sign on the dotted line, and we appreciate the work that has been done. We thank Enforcement Council Gooden and all the staff who put this together. It's also making sure that we as commissioners are acting consistently. We know that each case is different, but that's what Enforcement Council Gooden is working on, taking some of the discretion out of some of the fines. And I'm hoping that we can look at that within the next few weeks to make sure that there is more consistency in terms of what fines are being meted out to licensees. So with that, Commissioner Roy, I will entertain a motion to approve. I have one question. Does staff get to change this stipulated agreement after we vote on it? Is that a decision that can be made by anyone within the staff?
To Madam Chair, the process following this is that the board vote will be recorded at the bottom. So it's on page 14 underneath the licensee signatures.
The question I'm asking is, this is a stipulated agreement that the board is voting on. There are some discretionary, like 3 months versus 6 months. Would anyone on the staff have the ability to go beyond, say, the 6 months once we have voted here?
We would stick to the language in these.
Within the stipulated agreement, would anyone on the staff have the ability to make even minor changes without coming back to the board?
I mean, as a
fall out of the language of the stipulated agreement.
As a kind of general matter, I would want to defer that to any, like the executive director, the general counsel.
As Enforcement Council, these are the 4 corners of the agreement that the board is voting on. Is there any discretion to change this agreement without a vote of the board?
To the larger point, to the larger question about whether there's any ability or authority or power, that is, I would view that as a legal question. I would need to look into it more.
I'm asking you the
what
legal,
I would do.
I'm asking you the legal question. We have the 4 corners of this agreement that we're voting on. Is that what this will remain without a further vote of the commission?
That is my understanding.
That is a yes?
That is my understanding of what would happen here. You are asking me a legal question, so.
I'm asking you a very specific question. I'm saying if we vote on a stipulated agreement, that I believe that it is only the board, because there's a little flexibility there, 30 days, 60 days. Maybe you want 61 days. And we're saying no more than 60 on that training. So I'm saying we might even consider that a minor change, but I just want to clarify And I think I've heard a yes, that this is the vote of the board. These are the final parameters that unless the commission takes another vote, this is what it is. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Roy.
We did vote on motion language to that end. On February 10th, 2026, the motion language read as follows. The commission approved the motion to direct the executive director to refrain from engaging in any offline or informal communications with licensees for the purpose of renegotiations, modify or otherwise altering the terms of any final order and stipulated agreement previously ratified by the commission. Any request for modification or reconsideration of such agreements must be brought back before the full commission for deliberation and vote.
Okay, so we have our answer. Okay, with that, have we, I've had a motion from Commissioner Roy to approve the stipulated agreement. I interrupted myself. Commissioner Stebbins, do you second that motion?
Quick
Oh, please,
clarification.
thank you.
Obviously, do we want to include language subject to any ministerial or grammatical changes and non-ministerial edits that they might?
I won't support that language. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm asking for the four corners of the agreement. So
Okay.
if you want to further amend it, and then we can take a separate roll call. So if you,
If I might, I would also just amend that motion language to say a copy of this shall be submitted to the city of Hope.
okay, but you don't have an additional, we can direct them to do that, but
Yep.
that doesn't have to be. So moved. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Benedon,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. It is passed unanimously. Look forward. Thank you. Thank you. All right,
Thank you.
If I can
please, thank you.
bring up the other motion.
Commissioner Stebbins.
I would move that the commission direct staff to communicate a copy of the stipulated agreement to the host community, city of Hope.
That's a motion.
Yes.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. It passes unanimously. All right. So approval of executive director performance review form. We've all had that distributed to us, but given, and I don't know if anybody has any questions or comments, will we, I don't know if we can put that up on the screen, or everyone is in possession of that. Yes, they've all seen that. So I want to especially point out and thank our CPO, Debbie Hilton Creek, for helping Commissioner Roy and me for putting this together. I think that there was some initial kind of back and forth. Commissioner Stebbins has developed a forward-looking form that is budget-based that will go into the 26-27 performance evaluation. And the way we discuss this with the CPO is the current form that I will be asking my fellow commissioners to fill out. That's more focused on leadership, management, how the commission is functioning. What Commissioner Stebbins has put together is more like a percentage based on the goals that we established for the 26-27, fiscal year. What percentage of execution did the executive director achieve? And they're overlapping, but they're separate. So because of the, we did not know when we last met, and frankly, only yesterday, we found out that the conference committee has passed has approved of the conference bill that will be heading to enactment to both chambers, the House and the Senate. What I will be asking my fellow commissioners to do is for them within the week, I would ask if they could fill out their form. I will take that within a week and I will work with HR staff. I have asked Wendy Sanchez to make sure that all of the feedback that is coming to me from my fellow commissioners is anonymized. And so what I will do is I will put together sort of a homogenized report card, if you will, taking the 5s, the 2s, the 3s, and the comments. And then on the April 30th meeting, and then again, this should be with at least, we're closing on 3 weeks of at least 2 weeks notice for the executive director. I will make sure that 2 weeks before the April 30th meeting, we will get that to the executive director for his comments so we can take this up at the April 30th meeting. Because ultimately, this would be an exercise in futility if indeed the legislature, if the governor does sign this bill and there is an emergency preamble. So that's my intent. We will put this on the agenda for the April 30th meeting, giving the executive director 2 weeks time to look at the homogenized and the individual comments. So with that, unless there are any questions or comments, we'll move on to update on testing protocols package. Oh, Commissioner Benedon.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify to ensure that we remain in compliance with the open meeting law, that when commissioners submit individual comments to you, will the consolidated, is the intention that the consolidated document then be redistributed to commissioners?
A consolidated document with anonymized comments. So there'll be a grade, if you will, and I will have help with the math. And then the anonymized comments will come back to the executive director. Anonymized will come back to the commissioners when we put this on the agenda, and then we will hold this in as Commissioner Stebbins as you know stated at the beginning. We will do the review at the public meeting on the 30th, giving the executive director enough time to respond to the grading and to the comments. But I will work and if I will work with the staff to make sure that I'm not seeing where those comments are coming from. I'm not seeing the individual grades. And I think that Commissioner Stebbins has done this before, so that there will be one report. And actually, I'm trying to think, you can actually see that online someplace. But anyway, that's what my goal will be, to get that to the executive director 2 weeks before the April 30th meeting. And again, otherwise it doesn't, you know what I mean? If indeed this timeframe for the bill to pass happens as quickly as it might otherwise. Sorry, this is my, is it still? All right, is that, sorry, I cut out and so it came back in there. So anyway, any other questions, Commissioner Benedon?
So I just want to flag that I think there's potentially some ambiguity in the law as to whether that type of circulation of even anonymized comments of commissioners back to commissioners is appropriate. There was an SJC decision in 2018 that suggested in dicta that it may be acceptable to do that if the document is simultaneously posted online and made publicly available.
So could you share me that case and highlight
Sure.
the dicta to me, and then I'll just make sure that
But then I will note that the Attorney General's office has never accepted that as an acceptable approach and has taken a, I would say, stricter view that even that type of consolidated and anonymized performance evaluation shouldn't be shared outside of a meeting.
So
to the board members.
So how should I just give me your best suggestion as
Well,
to how we do this without violating.
So one option, if it's ready, if we're meeting on the 16th and it's ready by the 16th, it could be shared with commissioners on the 16th.
This, you mean,
A consolidated.
because, but can I consolidate it? That's what I'm asking you, is how should I function as a
Staff member ideally.
okay, all right, okay. I will ask Wendy Sanchez to do that, okay, for her to do the consolidation, okay. So a staff member should do that?
Right, and then it can be distributed at the meeting.
Okay.
On the 16th, and then we
All
have
right.
further discussion on the 30th.
Okay, and I'll speak with the CPO about that, but I'm telling you what I'm most comfortable with in terms of this is our job and how I'm most comfortable to execute that. Commissioner Roy?
So I just want to make sure I have clarity. So today is April 7th.
Mhm.
You would like this turned around by April 14th, 1
Mhm.
week from today.
Yep.
Should we send them directly to Wendy?
Yes.
Okay. And then they will be consolidated with comments, anonymized, and then that will be shared with you?
I think it's shared with the whole board for the April 30th meeting.
Shared with all of us
That
on the
is-
16th.
Will it be attributable at that time?
Well, I think it can be. The lack of attribution doesn't change anything for open meeting law purposes. So if there's a comment, the fact that it's anonymized, but nobody knows it's coming from me, doesn't change the fact that it would be an opinion of a commissioner that is being shared with other commissioners
Gotcha.
outside of a meeting, even without my name attached. So whether we want to anonymize, I think is really a question of, do we want that confidentiality? But it doesn't allow us to do anything under the open meeting law that.
Well, I was anonymizing it. So I'm not, anonymization doesn't make sense. Or doesn't, well,
Right. Anonymization doesn't allow us to do anything different
okay.
as far as the open meeting law is concerned.
And the concern with the chair receiving anonymized.
What he's saying is that it's still sharing opinion.
Yeah, well, and also one could decipher a commissioner writing style, right? That's what I was thinking too. Like, it doesn't provide probably complete anonymity. So again, so today's the 7th. By the 14th, we will submit to Wendy. She will consolidate it into one document with comments.
And comments that do not have to be anonymized. Are they, do we care if they're anonymized? I mean, I don't know if people.
I think that's a question for commissioners if we want our comment. I don't feel the need for mine.
That's fine. And because we're gonna have to have the conversation in
Yeah.
public
Public
meeting
meeting.
anyway, so. then
Okay, and then this will be reviewed publicly on April 30th, or?
We'll have the public review. So this is what I'm saying, is that my intent is, my intent is to give the executive director 2 weeks to, maybe we send it, maybe it gets sent to me and to the executive director. And the executive director has 2 weeks to respond. And then we will have public meeting on the 30th.
To Commissioner Benedon's point, it would need to be shared publicly first before it could, is that what I
I
heard?
don't think it has to be shared publicly first.
Before it goes to commissioner, well, when it goes to commissioners.
But we have the model now. And when you're saying is that when we write it, it has to be shared publicly before it goes to the executive director?
No, before it goes to you,
Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay. So
because you could violate
Right.
OMO, because you might know my writing style. You might
Right.
know.
but what I'm saying is, if my intent is to put this conversation that we're gonna have in the meeting, to take this review for April 30th, do you want to? I'm just saying, what will,
We missed this.
I'm,
So, Commissioner Benedon, if I heard you correctly, you propose unveiling it on the 16th.
If we feel that it would be helpful to see it in advance of our discussion, that would be the time.
To do it. So,
to see what other people are saying.
Right, to see what each other.
Okay.
so the unveiling, but not the actual review itself. So the unveiling could be on the 16th.
Right.
De-anonymized. And then the actual review itself could take place on the 30th, I think, if that's what I understood. So today's the 7th, you're due to Wendy by the 14th, the unveiling could be the 16th, and the actual review itself could be the 30th.
Okay, all right. That makes sense. Executive Director?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would not be comfortable with a public document that does not incorporate my responses to any feedback. So that's my only concern with.
But that's what I'm trying to figure out is how do I give you enough time? I mean,
Right.
what I'm hearing is open meeting law may not allow that. That's what I'm hearing.
Okay, certainly that would not, I believe that the answer was in there, which was you all send your comments through HR, HR sends it to the chair, and I have my responses in there, and then this goes to the 30th, I think is the actual approach, but perhaps I'm missing something.
I'm just hearing, that's what I had initially intended on doing, but I'm hearing that.
Well,
we
it can't
definitely-
be recirculated to the entirety of the board. I think the ability for the executive director to respond prior to the document being public is something that I think is necessary in the process.
I acknowledge that. I think that is fair. My concern under the open meeting law is simply that the other three commissioners' comments should be conveyed to the chair outside of an open meeting. Because then you have three commissioners all sharing their opinions on the same matter with another commissioner.
So. Let me just, because we're getting, April 7th, we have the form. April 14th, we send it to Wendy Sanchez. I will talk to Debbie Hilton Creek because I want to make, because again, this is the prerogative of the board to do this review. And I want to make sure that everything we do is, abiding by open meeting law, but also making sure that we get away from that. So how do we allow the executive director the 2 weeks, unless you're just saying that a strict reading of open meeting law probably doesn't work? And I'm just, again, and if we want to, well, I just would look for your guidance, because I'm trying to do this in a way that balances both my need as chair to make sure that we're abiding by open meeting law, making sure that we respect the executive director's, ability to not be surprised by something like this. But I mean, honestly, I don't know if there's any real, if we wanted to, we could just do this without a form. We could just do a review without any form, right? Yes, I think we could.
The board can do what it would like.
We can, Debbie Hilton Creek, CPO, why don't you just come up here and tell us if we have to have a written form, or whether or not, or we could fill out the form in a meeting, I don't know. Or do the form after the meeting.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
I would, I guess, also ask, and I don't know the answer. I'm
Yeah.
kind of thinking aloud here. Given the timeline and the coming month or 2 months, which we don't know what that is going to bring, what is our hope for the function of this evaluation to be? I mean, we are doing an evaluation. The existing commissioners who have been here for the last year, or some of us less time than that, are looking backward and doing a performance evaluation.
Right.
But it doesn't seem appropriate for this makeup of the board, perhaps, to do the negotiation of the next contract.
See, I think that it's up to us to do the evaluation, which will inform the negotiation of the next contract.
Right,
So
I
that's
agree.
why I think that we have a
Right.
time-sensitive mission here
To do the
to do
evaluation.
the evaluation, because nobody else can do it. Commissioner Roy?
My experience here has been that it doesn't form a merit increase for the executive director. And if there is a new composition of the board, they will have no personal context to base a merit increase on. So whatever guidance we provide in a review will help.
And there's still a question as to whether or not the governor signs this, the governor sends it back, with amendments to take more time. Because there's a lot going on right now, in the cannabis world. And, I know that there's a lot on the governor's plate right now. So, she may opt to, have the bill be effective at a later time. So we may have no problem in getting this done. But if indeed this does follow under the fast track that was set by that conference committee, I do think that we have to do this on a much faster pace than I thought. Commissioner?
And I agree without a doubt that the existing commissioners should have an opportunity to do that backward-looking review. I would ask whether it can be done individually. So we each fill this out. We have it. We have the individual evaluations. Is there a need necessarily to rush a finalized composite evaluation? So what value does having a single composite evaluation that has, if we're rating 1 through 5 and you have some 3s and some 4s and some 5s and you get an average score, does that really provide value as opposed to having the individual evaluations done? And if we end up running out of time and a different composition has to do it, they still have.
So are you
The
saying that you
individual
don't
raw
see any
feedback.
need for a composite, that the individual scores?
Or at least that we need not rush that.
Okay.
I see value perhaps in rushing the individual
Yes, yeah.
evaluations, but
Okay.
having the meeting where we.
Anybody, but I'm just saying, anybody can do the math when
Right,
they look at the
That's right.
individual scores. So and by the way, I'm, I'm not the one. I don't care if I do, you know what I mean? It's not up to me to do that. It's really just, so to ask the CPO, does there have to be a written form filled out? Is that state law?
Not state law, but policy. I think we need to follow the same process that we do for all employees of the commission.
This is a different employee, and this is with all due respect, this is a very, very different responsibility that we as a board have. So while I understand it's policy, I mean, again, that's what I'm saying is that if we chose to just do this in public meeting without a form, we could do that under law, but I appreciate that. But again, if you read the statute, and this is also why, we have to be, a lot of times I keep getting memos about implied authority and implied this and the definition of minor. The fact is, we have to work under the statute. This is solely the responsibility of the commissioners. We have the limitation that you don't have, or the executive director doesn't have in terms of open meeting law and in terms of conversations, when reviews are being made. So I appreciate you for clarifying that it's policy versus, but I do think that this is sui generis in terms of how we have to approach it. So I think this is a good conversation. I think that based on Commissioner Benedon's, I think that we don't have to put anything consolidated. We can send it individually to the HR department. And then on the 16th, we can share that with the executive director. I mean, maybe it directly goes to him. That's what I'm just trying to figure out, is that if this is not going to be put together in a sort of like report card with, multiple opinions in one place, we can direct those individual without any sort of open meeting. Okay. Executive director, I think that solves everything.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
In the week, I would ask my fellow commissioners to work with Wendy Sanchez to send their responses, and then they send that to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, my only concern was an aggregate document going up without my responses or commentary. So happy to work within however this works, and getting them in to Wendy by Friday, if that works for the board, is great.
Chair,
Yes.
I'd
Sure.
like to make a point of clarity.
Sure.
The ED is referenced to as a contract employee. He's not a contract employee. There is no contract. There was a reference to renew the contract.
Oh,
He's not a.
no. Yes, yes. I think that. Yes, I get that. No contract. Sorry, that's my daughter. Stop. Okay. Okay. Thank you. That was good. Thank you very much, Commissioner Benedon. Commissioner Wright. So the way we left it is to restate. Today, everyone has the form. There is some additional language at the bottom, which was talking about 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks. But in the interim, from when we initially put this form together, we now have a new piece of legislation that we don't know when that is going to be in effect. So everyone take what they received minus the language at the bottom. Fill out their responses. And again, they can work with Wendy Sanchez, they can work with Debbie, but report that back to Wendy. The HR team will send that to the executive director. And then we can take this up in public on April 30th, when we will make all of these public, giving the executive director enough time to respond. Commissioner Roy?
If I could make a request that Wendy could email the form to us because sitting in a board book right now, and
Thank you.
and so if we could just have Wendy email us individually or
Individually with a way that we can.
with a
fill it out.
form, and if it's a fillable PDF or whatever it
Yeah.
is, that way we can just communicate if we have any questions directly with Wendy
Yeah.
via that.
And could Paul or someone from the IT team, I think Wendy is pretty capable technically, but could you work with her to make sure that we can fill that out in a way? Thank you. All right, that was good. Thank you. And I apologize, my daughter's calling me the good news, so that's good. Okay, so update on testing protocols, package number 1, and we have Director Enos. And thank you again, and I just want to point out all the hard work that has gone into this. Is a lot, and it is incredibly important. We appreciate your giving us enough time so that we can get input from persons in the industry who are directly dealing with keeping the public health and safety of the Commonwealth's residents, but also ensuring that we're reducing any inflated THC levels, which again, all 3 of these issues are very, very important to us as a commission. And again, I want to thank Armin. I want to thank you and the team and Tim Barwise. It's been great. He just walked into the room. I don't know if do you want Tim up here, or are you good back there?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll leave that up to Ian Barwise. Happy to have him join me.
Thank you. Again, I don't know if we had a giant forum with people, and just so the public knows, we've had, because of the open meeting law, we've had 2x2s, and we've been debriefed. Unfortunately for the team, when we had Commissioner Roy and me, we took the most amount of time. So we really appreciate not only giving us 1, but 2 significantly long sessions to ask really pointed questions. And again, as you know, we ask tough questions, but you guys are always really good at answering. So again, thank you to Tim and to Armin. We really appreciate it. So again, I'll let Director Enos begin the conversation about the protocols package 1.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. And just want to give a shout out again to legal, my co-CIE testing team. Again, fantastic work all around. So thank you, everyone. Yes, so following up on the board's motion from the previous public meeting. So last Thursday, the protocol package 1 recommendations were posted to the commission's website under the enforcement action section. And additionally, a bulletin was issued that has a link to the form stack for our ITLs to provide direct feedback regarding our 14 recommendations. Per the bulletin and the posting on the website, ITLs will have until the 16th at 5 p.m. to submit their written feedback. At that time, those responses will be consolidated, kind of organized, and then obviously the testing team will be kind of looking at that to see what the ITL feedback reveals. Will that kind of lead us to our future work for package number 1? So that's kind of the next big deadline is the 16th, where we're waiting for the ITL feedback as well. And then just to give a little bit of context looking forward, so package number 2 is currently being drafted and is under development. So I can get a kind of a brief overview of what that package is looking to do.
Can you just give us timeframes on this, that if it's under development? Because again, and again, I know you had a ton of work initially when I returned to the commission. You know, we were told that we were going to get package 1 by December 28th, and it's taken a little bit more time. But obviously, this is not meant as a critique. Having sat through 3.5 hours or maybe 4 hours of you guys walking us through so that we understand all the work that's gone into us. I understand the additional time that it's taken. So what do you think, what is your ETA for package number 2? Because again, I'm assuming that you're working on this stuff side by side, and it's why we've divided this in half.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the testing team has been hard at work, obviously on package 1 and package 2. Let me caveat this with, again, this is kind of a rough timeline. I'd be a little hesitant to put an exact date on package 2. One thing for the board to kind of consider with package 2, again, that is kind of where our engagement with the consultants, a lot of that will be seen in package 2. So again, package 1 is mostly, again, our staff obviously with the input from the industry, input from the ITLs, so we'll get there. But package 2, again, does kind of tie into the work with the consultants. I will defer to my colleagues in the legal department because that is currently with them right now for a legal review. So I cannot provide a timeline regarding ballpark. I would say, what I could say is the recommendations from testing side will likely be completed and submitted for review next 1 to 2 months.
2 months?
But again, that's being conservative. And again, what I also think we have to build into this is that we are getting the feedback from package 1. So once we have that feedback, obviously we'll have to incorporate into the document. There might be additional discussions we have to have with commissioners there. So obviously testing can focus on kind of one at a time.
I totally get it, but I'm just trying to sort of be, because obviously this is an important issue. And again, we did, kind of kick
Right.
those down the line a little bit from December to now April. Commissioner Roy, again, this is not meant as a critique. Having sat through 4 hours, I understand how difficult this is. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Chair. Director Enos, thank you. And thank you to the team and everyone that has played a role in this. And I was probably the cause for the multiple 2 to 3 hour meetings.
Yeah.
So I never heard it. I guess I didn't realize package 1 was formulated by staff and input of industry. I didn't realize that till just now. So in package 2 is primarily driven by the feedback from the consultants. Is that accurate?
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I would not say it is driven by the consultants in package 2. And let me kind of go back on the comment. Again, my comment about the input from the industry and previous ITLs, again, we had those collaborative sessions with the ITLs last year.
That's right.
And through that engagement, we got a lot of feedback from them and getting, again, matters and ideas that they think we need to tackle now. So my point there was that those discussions, considerations have been happening, and some of that is going to be reflected in the recommendations in package 1. The point about the consultants' work is that the board will see recommendations in package 2 that aren't driven by the consultants, but are part of our engagement with the consultants. That is the big distinction between package 1 and package 2.
If I may.
Please,
So
Commissioner Roy.
package 1 was not informed by the consultants?
That is, when you say informed by the consultants,
Were any of their consultants' work baked into package 1?
at the current moment, no.
Okay, that's okay. And I never heard it described as package, but how many packages are there? 2? Like, is there 3? I don't.
So, no, thank you, Commissioner Roy. So right now, and again, this is a caveat that this is kind of, again, a thought right now, but there is definitively a package 1 that is posted right now. There is a package 2 that is under development, and there most likely will be at least a third package.
Okay, I didn't know that. That's okay.
And I did want to say, though, obviously, depending on the work that we do now, there is a likelihood that there could be more.
Commissioner Roy.
So based on this timeline, what I'm hearing, it sounds like there will be opportunity for whomever the next director of testing compliance to opine on these and weigh in on this. Sounds like based on what we just went over.
Yes. Absolutely, Commissioner.
Okay.
Absolutely, yes. This is a phased approach in the attention, because as the board has kind of, stated during, right now and through the 2x2s, this is heavy, dense scientific information that we want to make sure is clear. So again, this piecemeal bucket approach is kind of the best way for us to compartmentalize.
Yeah, so package 1, which is public.
Mhm.
Around the requiring ITLs to follow a validated manufacturer protocols for microbial tests. So the feedback that what I personally felt and the feedback that I'm hearing is that That will fall somewhat short of standardization. In other words, you'll use Model A in this scenario, Model B, everybody uses Model B in this instance, and this is just pick the model you want and just make sure you follow the instructions. So these aren't set in stone, correct? We're getting feedback. We're getting future recommendations packages, which could alter the current recommendations perhaps because, you know, I also advocated for expansion of the pesticide panel, looking at action limits. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm happy to hear like, these aren't set in stone. They're going to be informed by more recommendations, and they're going to be informed by feedback from the ITLs and other stakeholders, and possibly informed by a future director of testing and compliance, correct?
Yes, that is correct, Commissioner Roy. And just to add to that, package 2 will be further looking at standardized COA requirements to your comment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for kind of going back to the beginning here, and I think it ties in with Commissioner Roy's comments. So right now, what's up there is package 1 with summaries for each and the ability for anybody. Obviously, we've asked for ITL specifically, but it's open to anybody who may have opinions on this to go in, fill in the form stack, and provide comments back between now and April 16th. So then we're going to get that information off to the board, who will have that information. Obviously, you've also reviewed, as was referenced, and you have your own opinions, but you'll also have the benefit of reviewing the feedback we get from the ITLs or anybody else in the public who wants to provide on package 1. I think one interesting note within that, and I think that we can kind of make clear to the public today, is it may be that some feedback that people want to provide is not for recommendation 7. I think you should consider some other change to it. It may be, I think for package 2, you really need to focus on this, which I don't see in package 1. So that doesn't necessarily have a place within the form stack of listing out the recommendations and giving people a place to give feedback. So I think with that, certainly reaching out to commissioners, reaching out to the INE staff through the executive director to say, this is my thoughts outside of reviewing package 1, you know, is I think also something that we can take into consideration within what you just explained. So right now, what is available is anybody can go in, look at the recommendations, provide their feedback, which we will then collate and provide to testing staff and the commissioners for review. But then also that understanding and putting in context that there are additional changes coming after package 1. For anybody who says, I don't see what my main concern was. Well, we have other changes coming. So people would have the ability to reaching out to commissioners or staff to say, this is something I'd like to see prioritized in package 2 would be just another potential way to go.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question, and like Commissioner Roy, I was curious when you said other packages were coming, which I think is both good news and a lot of work still ahead. Is it your expectation, once we get feedback, bring the final protocol changes back to the commission for final adoption? So we're voting on and implementing these protocols kind of as we get them, review them, and are ready to.
Director Enos.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I think though, per the previous motion that staff was directed was that after the 2-week ITL period, I believe the motion dictated staff to get the feedback and then update commissioners about the ITL feedback, I think before any potential changes were made. So my understanding was after that 2-week period on the 16th, once we had everything consolidated, my understanding was that we would then be potentially setting up additional 2x2s, but that was specifically with the objective of updating the board about what the ITL feedback is. Then I think we kind of go from there with any proposed changes or recommendations. That was my understanding of the motion from last public meeting, Commissioner Roy.
Commissioner Stebbins, follow.
And I agree with that. Just wondering, can we vote and implement these protocols after they've gone through the vetting process, after they've gone through the comment process? Like, we're not waiting for 2 and 3 to come along. We can fully implement 1.
Yes, Commissioner Stebbins, absolutely, yes. Yes, the intention of this is, obviously once we get the input and, update the board, once we present package 1 to the board, package 1 is ready kind of now. So yes, the intention will be then package 2 again is currently being worked on as well. But yes, it's not, but what I will say is these build upon each other, which will kind of come to light as the further packages are kind of, outlined and provided. But one thing I can say, that is part of the approach we have taken now, where the recommendations in phase one, assuming the board does vote to, move forward with those, it builds upon then the recommendations in two that further builds upon three. So it's a layering approach we have where everything is going to be.
Commissioner Roy, then Commissioner Bennett.
I would recuse myself from voting on package one without seeing all the packages, because to your point, it's like building a house, they're building on one another, right? And so package three might inform package one based on feedback. So don't we need to see the entirety of all the, they could impact one another. They're not in silos, there's overlap. And so myself, I need to see the entire recipe, all the ingredients going into it before I would vote on it, because why couldn't, I guess I don't understand why they're coming out in tranches. Why wouldn't we wait till they were all ready, the cake was baked, and then it comes out? Because I don't want to vote and lock something in, which will be hard to undo, unless I see the entire package. That's just my own feeling. I mean, people could disagree with it.
Commissioner Bennett?
And along those same lines, I guess I am trying to understand, given that these two packages, at least package one and package two, were kind of informed by different people, different experts, different processes. Is there overlap in subject matter? So I had initially thought package one addressed these topics, and then package two would address a different set of protocols and a different set of topics, but it sounds like that's not the case. Perhaps you can clarify that.
Director sir.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Bennett. Yes, Commissioner Bennett, there is the overlap. So again, package one was kind of proposing a standardized approach into microbiological analysis, expansion regarding retesting, recalls, reporting practices, and admin order number 4. So package 2 builds upon the microbial analysis. One thing that did come to light with our ITL collab sessions, again, microbiology, it's a vast topic, and there are several different components that could impact our industry. So the idea, these are overarching themes that are being addressed in several packages, but we just had to break it up into smaller buckets to kind of focus on certain aspects. Again, if we're talking about action limits, if we're talking about species specific, again, pesticides addition, as an example, where we would have to have collaboration and digital talks with MDAR. That's something that we would have to confer with other agencies for those changes. So again, package 2, it's building upon package 1. Now, there are novel things that package 2 will look at, with potentially vitamin E acetate, removing some of that, looking at residual solvents, expanded guidance, again, the COA standardized requirements, to Commissioner Roy's point. And then again, it's so I know it's challenging to kind of see and understand without having it before you, because right now it's just package 1. So I understand the board's kind of comments there. Tim, I'm just yes.
I fully appreciate why it needs to come out in buckets, to the way you explained it, because it's so massive. And I can understand that. What I struggle with is voting on a slice of the pie without seeing the whole pie. I don't mind it coming out in packages. It's just where I'm struggling is voting on slice 1 of the pie when I haven't seen all the other slices, which building upon. So that's the part that I would like asking the board to vote before we have been fully informed on the entire picture with all the feedback baked in. And that's the only part that I was struggling with. The rest I'm not.
And one of the other questions that I have is, and Commissioner Roy usually raises scope, because I have gotten some feedback that perhaps there are some things that we can do right now. See, one of the things I feel that the commission has failed to do, whether it's tier relegation or, all of these things that we had the ability to do, going after testing fraud, we may have to pick winners and losers, right? We may say there needs to be one type of testing standard or one kit. or what, you know what I mean? Those are things that I'm hoping that we can almost do, maybe even without a full-blown regulatory package, because what I'm hearing, you know, if it's going to be another 2 months for the next, I'm saying this is a 1.5 year process to get through 4. Is that, am I wrong? That this could take a 1.5 year and we have what we think is a significant testing fraud issue? I mean, this is, again, this is not meant as a critique. It's trying to understand how many bites have you made? And this is not, again, questioning your decision-making, but what are the most time sensitive and critical? And this may also be a question that we ask to people in the industry is, are there other more time sensitive things? You know, you may make a determination. This is in package 1, this is in package 2, this is 3, 4. I hear 1.5 years maybe before this all gets done from now. And again, we thought we were going to get a full package in December. Again, this is not meant to be as a criticism. It's just trying to understand, we as commissioners, what we have to do. But I may want to put that all points bulletin out there, that if there are, you know, in terms of making sure this is in scope, can we make some additions that may have more time sensitive responses to what we recognize as a significant problem? When I, once again, have a meeting with someone literally near tears, talking to me about, they think their family owned business is going to go out of business in 3 months if we don't do something quickly. So I haven't even asked a question, but I'm sort of, you know, in terms of the time frame, in terms of what Commissioner Roy has raised, what do we as commissioners, you know, what can we do in terms of maybe changing or adding to the scope here in package 1 to make sure it's addressing the most critical issues, and that maybe in additional tranches, you know, that we know what that is, because I don't know what 2, 3, and 4 is going to be. So I don't know if there's a question in there, but I'm sure you'll find one.
Yeah, no, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think, again, once we get the feedback from the ITLs on the 16th, I think to the executive director's point, I think that'll again give us shine some more light on what they are hoping to see. And again, I think the ED was right on where they might say, well, what about this, that? In our minds, again, we might have an idea on the testing side of which bucket that's going to go into. But to your point and the other commissioner's point, I think when we then kind of reconvene with the board following receipt of that feedback, I think that's part of the discussion we can have as well then, where if there's some feedback or items that might not are directly spoken to in package 1, we can certainly bring that up for discussion. Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to speak a little bit to how these recommendations before you today might interact with future ones. The reason why these are all being presented to you is that they, to the extent that they interact with other future recommendations, it's just that I think the testing system itself is pretty complex and interdependent. And these recommendations will essentially serve to either resolve issues we've seen and detected in the system, some of which may contribute to what we would call testing fraud, that like licensees might look for exploits in the system. And others are kind of scaffolding for future improvements. And I don't really envision any future recommendations to materially change the nature of these recommendations or how they would function. They're more like basic expectations that are being added into the protocol to clarify where there might have been ambiguity. In the case of pesticides, this is a limited correction, obviously with the intention in the future to expand the capacity of the testing scheme to detect pesticide contamination. But right now we have a conflict with MDR's jurisdiction over application of pesticides that we're seeking to resolve.
And this conflict was not addressed in the bill that was agreed to in conference. That conflict remains. Yes, I don't know.
Yeah, so I'm not getting into the details too much, but on that matter specifically, that we have currently in our protocol 2 elements around pesticide testing that are problematic. One of them is that there is an explicit statement that if a pesticide is detected at 10 or below 10 parts per billion, we determine the product is compliant for sale. That's in conflict with MDR's
0.
jurisdiction, where they determine that something is or is not, affected by illegal pesticide application. And so right now we're seeking to correct that so that we follow the proper referral course to have them be brought in and work with them on resolving the issue, and as well also eliminating the EPA standards in there that are irrelevant now. But it really, generally, everything else here are things that are basic changes that future recommendations probably wouldn't really impact very much. And some of them, like we've talked about in our 2x2s, are incorporating decisions already made by the board and administrative orders. So I just wanted to add that in there for clarity.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
And there's other moving parts too. So we're creatively engaging and exploring ways to stand up a standards lab, which would be a game changer if we were able to do that. If a standards lab could help us create standards, actual standards, where everybody tested in scenario A, they used maybe molecular testing. In scenario B, everybody uses culture-based methods. And so that's something in the background, the executive director, he has his full attention on that. So
Again, I want to thank the executive director and Commissioner Roy for exploring creative ways to do that for less money.
yeah, and also, I don't think it's a binary choice between plating and molecular. There's certain scenarios where molecular testing is more sensitive, and there's other scenarios where culture-based might be more appropriate. And that's what I was hoping to see. Everybody in this scenario will plate under these conditions. Everybody with this scenario is going to use molecular testing under these conditions. And see that it may come up in future packages. And also,
But could we add that to this package? Could we ask them to do that? Because it seems like that discrepancy, this is what I'm.
well, I don't know if the consultants are going to inform that. And also, we can take a bifurcated approach. While you're doing this, which is so much work, I actually asked for a meeting next week with the executive director to discuss possible administrative order to address a certain component around testing that could provide some relief. So while you're doing all that work in collating all this information, we're also trying to support what you're doing, exploring a standards lab and perhaps looking at other ways. And I want you to know that, like, we are trying to support what you're doing, and it's so much and it's so complicated. But what I was really hoping that we'd get highly prescriptive. So everybody is testing under the same environment, the same degrees Celsius for the same amount of hours, and you use this mode of testing under this scenario. And I don't know if that's possible, but ideally, if I had a magic wand, like that's what, when I think of standardization, like that's what I'm thinking of.
Commissioner Roy? You have no, oh, sorry. Tim, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hi.
I'm an investigations manager. Yes,
That's the.
investigations manager.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you very much for saying that. I appreciate hearing that. It's encouraging. And on the matter of microbial standardization, that is something that is being contemplated for package 2. And you're right, it is not necessarily a binary choice. The consultants did their feedback and advice on that is being incorporated or was incorporated by testing staff, and testing staff has given a lot of consideration to that issue. And really, it's a synthesis of the different, understandings of the testing system and what the needs of the industry are, and the advice of the consultants. But speaking to our first package here, recommendations 1 and 2, although they would not prescribe a single method or methods for specific scenarios, it does get closer to standardization, especially around things like incubation timelines if we're doing a microbial culture, where now that under recommendation 1, for example, there would be a requirement to follow the manufacturer methods prescribed. Now we have less, I guess, ambiguity, less elaboration, less improvisation, and we can refer to something very specific based on what they're using for whatever contaminant they're testing for. And it is not perfect. It is not what you're hoping to see today, but it is getting closer. And regardless of the direction that the, like for example, microbial standardization goes in the future and future packages, this requirement would be consistent, because this would just be a basic expectation. If the board decided to require licensees to use a molecular method for a certain class of contaminants and a culture-based method for a different class, the expectation would be the same, that for whatever those are, we still are ensuring that they follow, the manufacturer's required steps.
Commissioner Wright?
Shouldn't they be doing that now? Or are we just silent? Like, shouldn't they be following the manufacturer's instructions and now, or it's just that we're silent on it?
This puts a very fine point on what the commission's expectations would be and makes it easier to enforce, if that makes sense.
Were we silent? We were silent on it before, more or less?
I can't speak to, obviously, kind of years before. Another reason Tim was kind of filling director of testing for some
Right.
time as well. So I can't really speak to historically, but I do agree with Tim's point. Again, the intention of this, again, is just to hammer home with licensees that this is the expectation, to make crystal clear what is going on and what is required of them in that regard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It might be common sense to do that. It is also important, I think, for the board to know that there are some manufacturers that have a standard instruction set, but they might offer something else that is maybe not, that isn't, maybe more of like a beta testing kind of method for certain circumstances that might not have the same, trying to find the right word, same validation. But currently our regulations and our protocols don't really require them to follow specific methods that are validated a certain way, except for to the standards of, or based on USP. And I think, as we've discussed, USP does not prescribe any methods for marijuana. And so it is all sort of an exercise of interpretation. Now, it's our duty to make sure that our expectations are clear, and that is why we're bringing this to the board today, so that we can hold all licensees to the same standard and clearly point to an expectation.
Okay, because I want to be sensitive to people not keeling over, before lunch. Are there any, again, this is obviously, we brought this here, we're getting the feedback. The time to provide that feedback is the 16th of April. So, Commissioner Wright, please.
After the 16th, when and how is that? Will that feedback be shared in public, or just the 2x2? Can we go over that feedback in public as a full board, or is it have to go to the 2x2?
Regarding whether we can do that 2x2 versus public, I would defer to legal.
That's my preference.
Just from like a technical standpoint, we could probably get you all the information so you can start reviewing it immediately to make it, collate it, get it ready as like a public facing document of here is the feedback that we receive, which we do for public comment and those types of things. It just might take us a little while. So we'd prefer to get it to you ASAP and then get a public version by the time you're going to have it on a public meeting agenda. Does that sound reasonable?
That's good. Okay. Right. You know what I would really like to do before we go to lunch? I will entertain a move ahead of the agenda. And I will entertain, because we are so excited about being able to establish the trust again, once again, giving CFAO Lisa Schlegel credit for this. I will entertain a motion to direct the executive director to request the Executive Office of Administration and Finance to establish an expendable trust fund for the Cannabis Control Commission to accept all funds for the Center for Cannabis Research and Policy, with the exception of budget allocations and federal grants that are separately accounted for. Further, to assign the role of trustee to the CFAO as defined by Administration and Finance. Commissioner Roy, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Do I hear a second? Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Benedon?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Again, I'm forgetting my name, and chair votes aye. That passes unanimously, and I really thank you guys for doing this for
Yeah,
us.
thank
I
you.
thank you, our CFAO, and I thank our chief of research.
Yeah, thank you.
So,
Director, you know.
I will entertain a motion. Again, we're trying to get a lot done, and we do have a hard stop. We may not get through 110% of everything that's on here. But let us, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn until 1:45. Is that sufficient time? Okay, Commissioner Roy, I'll entertain you make that motion. Commissioner Stebbins, I hear second. Moved and seconded. We unanimously will adjourn, recess, until 1:45. Thank you very much.
are unneeded.
Okay, we're good. All right, thank you. All right, so moving on with the agenda, we're now gonna have a discussion on pending enforcement processes, including but not limited to mass biolytics, assured stipulated agreement, greatest hits enforcement action, MCR Labs enforcement, and Boston Bud Factory. So we received an email from Attorney Gooden earlier today, and I want us to be able to discuss this. So Commissioner Roy, I'll entertain a motion to waive privilege so we can have a conversation about this.
Oh, I see the email was marked, comments more privileged. Is that what you,
Madam Chair, so you're asking to waive
Yeah, because
the confidential nature of the email?
again, I mean, I know a lot of this information, you know, just from different things that I've seen, but Attorney Gooden has laid it out in an email.
So moved.
Do I hear a second? Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Okay, moved in second, and I'll call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon? Chair votes aye. So we do waive any legal privilege so we can have this conversation. And just to clarify, because we did get this email earlier, and I think the conversation that we wish to have today is not necessarily about the underlying facts of the individual cases, because these are all, you know, at enforcement, stipulated agreement, previous enforcement. But it's looking at what the auditor said and what the IG said about disparate processes. And in these particular cases, I have observed either, and again, we just saw a spotlight story that exposed allegations in at least one instance where it appears, according to the Boston Globe, that our previous executive director may have been involved in interfering with an appropriate investigation. Again, just quoting the Globe, it appears that there was, on July 11th, an internal email from a member of our senior staff calling out the former executive director about the need to recuse. And I'm aware that no appearance of a conflict was ever filed with the board. And there were things that I learned after reading that story in the Globe. So I've also, again, based on one of the conversations we had last week, trying to understand something about the testing protocols. One of the questions that was raised is that there is potentially an enforcement action that was based upon a regulation that at that point in time didn't exist. And so it seemed like there was over regulation there. And in that case, I literally had been told by the previous chief of investigations and enforcement during a meeting that they were hoping that this lab, one more violation, we can take away their license. And so based on either my personal knowledge, based on reading the Boston Globe, based on the auditor's report and the IG's report, it's really a question about process and how do we as commissioners, because there's a lot made about 30A in due process. And it kind of goes both ways. You know, one, and this was one of the reasons that we had to take a prior vote, because I felt that our executive director had stepped into and taken a discretionary decision away from the commissioners based on an August 2025 vote. We were given advice by the general counsel, and frankly, I got advice from you, Attorney Gooden, about whether or not we should, and I was asked to have a meeting with people at Assured Labs because they were looking for there to be a change in a stipulated agreement. And so I think that what we need to do, and again, I've talked about this, it's under the statute, what's the responsibility of the commissioners? What's the discretion and authority? What is it that the staff does to follow the direction that the commissioners set? What is it that people can and can't do within the law? And what do we do as commissioners when we're constantly told we have to be behind this 30-day veil? That either we've seen again in the Boston Globe that it appears that someone was potentially, allegedly given preferential treatment. And I have been privy to conversations with our former CIE who expressed an interest in taking away the license of a particular ITI. So that's really why we're putting this on the agenda right now. And as I have often stated, a lot of this stuff happened before you were even here, happened before you were in the position that you're in. But I think it's appropriate to put this on the agenda to just make sure we're sending a really strong message to all the licensees, that we're sending a strong message to the consumers and taxpayers of Massachusetts, that we are protecting public health and safety, that we are fighting against potential consumer fraud. And I'm really pleased that you raised the issue of, in the judgment of Boston Buds, that in the event that they go out of business, that we're in essence, and again, this happens in bankruptcy law, which we don't have bankruptcy law here, that the commission is put at the front of the line of any bills to be paid. So, with that, I don't know exactly how my fellow commissioners, because, I don't know if we need to go through each one, but, I would like you to walk us through and maybe begin, I don't know, with Mass Biolytics. It is my understanding that there is, Commissioner Wright, sorry, that there is a track record here, and I didn't really understand until we had our meeting last week, that giving a licensee guidance or advice is different than guidance and is different than a statute or regulation. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. If I may read from our regulations,
Thank you.
confidential records means any electronic or written request required to be kept confidential or protected from disclosure by law, which includes but is not limited to confidential application materials, confidential social equity application materials, confidential investigatory materials, and protected patient records as defined by 935 CMR 501-002 protected patient records. So my question to the chair, to you, E.C. Gooden, is in order to show cause confidential by default? Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Roy, so with respect to orders to show cause, that is a formal charging document. So we have released those in response to public records requests in the past, I know.
So that it is a public record?
If somebody were to request it, there may be certain information that would need to be redacted if it includes personal identifying information, anything along those lines. But as a matter of practice, we are not issuing or proactively publicizing.
Thank you. Commissioner Wright?
To the chair, E.C. Gooden, were those PRR requests complied with during still the course of an investigation? Please.
Madam Chair, I'm only, Commissioner Roy, I'm only aware of one instance in which we released an order to show cause in response to a public records request. I do not respond to public records requests directly, so there might be others.
The matter still open now, do you know?
No, so that matter was truly, there was an article that published the order to show cause with certain redactions in place on that one. But when an order to show cause is issued, that is the commission actually levying those formal accusations, which goes into the standard hearing process, which also could include any settlement negotiations, et cetera. So typically, an investigation is completed at the time an order to show cause is issued.
Is there any reason commissioners could not have access to order to show cause? Is it based on law? Is it's not really necessarily in the definition per se, or is it just past practice?
Madam Chair. So Commissioner Wright, I think with respect to this, my understanding is that is just kind of been the past practice, and perhaps that is, a bit conservative, but I'm hesitant to kind of commit to any particular change right now. But what I do want to note is that I have been talking generally to, or trying to reach out to some other 38 agencies to see what their practices are. I think we're not the only 38 agency. We don't need to reinvent the wheel here. So kind of taking a look at what practices or policies that other agencies use, I think could be informative as we are kind of looking at our own internal practices.
So in hindsight, in retrospect, would it have been helpful for the commissioners to have received the order to show cause for True Leave, since we read about passing of Lorna McMurray 9 months after her passing? I think I read it in the BBJ. So not to do revisionist history, but perhaps if the commissioners had received the order to show cause in a timely fashion, or received it not through the press, that might have been helpful at the time.
Attorney Good?
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. And, I agree with you. I don't necessarily want to go back. I wasn't always, I wasn't directly involved with the early stages of True Leave too. So, but.
And I'm not putting you on the hot seat. This is,
Again, this
process
predates you.
Yeah, and it's
trying to sort of
process.
figure out, because we need to make sure that people understand how we will comport ourselves going forward. So.
We could answer the question though.
So I mean, in that circumstance, I think it's, and sorry, this might come off like I'm trying to avoid the question, which I am not, but I think it just as a more general matter too, looking into other opportunities for some transparency is definitely something that we are exploring as we're looking into this, because we have heard the concerns from the board over the past, several months on this too.
One last, I know.
Commissioner Wright.
Would motion language by the board to direct the executive director to provide orders to show cause once issued could satisfy the board's need to want to have this information, as long as it doesn't conflict with any Massachusetts general laws or statute.
Attorney Good?
Madam Chair, thank you. And so Commissioner Roy, I mean, obviously that is the prerogative of the board. Definitely encourage the board acting within its authority to consult with our general counsel's office too. And I just want to note as well that, my position as enforcement counsel, I'm the supervising attorney for all prosecutions that the agency brings. So my main focus is ensuring that we are able to successfully prosecute these actions, hold licensees accountable for any violations, and then bring them back into compliance. So when I am thinking about that, perhaps I am being conservative on this, but knowing that there are certain standards for 38 tribunals, knowing there is a constitutional right for folks to have an impartial tribunal, we are cautious about providing certain factual information to make sure that there is not a prejudgment of facts. Acting on certain information that's only known to board members also could prejudice a matter. So, there might be some opportunities too where perhaps in order to show cause that identifies or levies very particular allegations, we would not want to kind of frame the board members' perceptions of it. So maybe there are definitely alternatives or ways that we can convey that information. I'm not saying no necessarily, but I just want to provide that caution and advice here.
I guess where I struggle is that they're subject to PRR requests. So if I'm a reporter, I can get access to it. But if I'm a commissioner, I can't, or with past practice. So maybe commissioners in the redacted version, I don't know what the answer is, but a reporter can get it, but a commissioner can't. And that's what I'm trying to reconcile in my mind. Thank you. And I know Commissioner Bennett.
But I'd also add that in the instance of True Leave, where I think that Commissioner Stebbins and I were here at a scrum after a meeting, and we got questioned by, I forget who it was. And I had been told that this was purposefully withheld from the commissioners, even though a woman had died and there was a public health and safety threat to workers. And we heard very compelling testimony here last month from one of Lorna's coworkers who has been pushing for, and frankly, that's when I first started pushing for the establishment of a tip line so that workers can anonymously report. But it was told to us that this information was specifically withheld from commissioners. And again, we've heard the slander, we've heard the harming, but the fact is, there also was a Boston Globe article, and the headline is sort of ingrained in my brain. The tail is wagging the dog. And the editorial specifically said, and this was my second month having been appointed as chair, a new chair needs to establish greater balance. And I'm not getting this part right. The headline I remember, but that public health threats, especially when a fatality occurred, should not have been hidden from commissioners. I've also had a conversation with the former chair of the Gaming Commission who said to me, if I saw a public health or safety threat, 30A would not be at the top of my list of worries. My concern would be protecting public health and safety. And all of these issues, all of these enforcement actions, all of these stipulated agreements, they all impact public health and safety. And I've raised this in other meetings about, we've allowed things, the Boston Bud investigation has been kicked around for 4 years. Again, well before your time, well before my time, well before everybody's time here. The Greatest Hits investigation, this was first reported over 3 years ago, and it's still not done. And so this is why we have to make sure that the public understands that, especially when there's a public health and safety threat, that we need to establish potentially new guidelines. And I've asked this for you, is like 30 days. I mean, at some point in time when you're trying to negotiate something, I don't understand why it takes a year to do an investigation, especially when, I don't know, it might pertain to a criminal cannabis grow. Evidence is all gone. And so I don't understand how an investigation takes a year, and then an enforcement action takes another year, and then a stipulated agreement takes another year. So that's my dilemma. And again, I keep saying, Tim, we have the utmost regard and respect for you and the work that you've done, but we're trying to figure out, how do commissioners do their job while making sure that we protect 30A, but also how do we protect licensees when it sometimes appear that staff is undermining 30A.
Madam Chair.
Please, thank you.
And I appreciate that. I appreciate the points that you're making. I do want to just kind of still offer a bit of counsel on this too. I think when we are discussing some of these matters, particularly if we're alluding to specific matters or anything along those lines, certain statements could be misconstrued as a prejudgment. So I just want to provide that counsel here as well, that being careful, particularly in a public forum, in terms of how we are discussing some of these matters as well. That is why in my email that the board did waive privilege on, I did advise that discussion of specific facts, and I would say even alluding to some of those. Just my interest as enforcement counsel is
to time frames. I'm alluding to time frames
understood,
and that we've seen. I'm not, you know what I mean? And again, the problem is we've seen articles in the paper, and this puts us at a disadvantage, just like when the Boston Globe editorial said the tail was wagging the dog when Lorna McMurray's death was purposefully hidden from Australia. So again, I will, Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Benedict.
Yeah, thank you. I want to start by making a comment, and then I want to follow up on something Commissioner Roy said, which is that I don't know how long you've been in your role, less than 2 years, I think.
I have been in this role since it was March of 24, I believe so.
Interim, yes, and then-
Interim and then
It was
permanent,
official.
yes.
And it does seem, just looking at the timeline of some of these events, that some of the investigations have been proceeding more quickly than in the past. And so I want to commend you for that, to the extent that that comes from your leadership. I think that is so critical, as the chair noted, and it does seem that there has been progress in that area. So I hope that that's a trend that we will continue to see. But thank you for that. And following up on the point about exploring this issue of can the orders to show cause routinely be provided to commissioners once they are issued to a licensee. I don't know if we need to take a motion, if we need to take a vote on that, or if it has been made clear that we at least want some guidance on whether that would be acceptable.
Executive Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I think in terms of where we're going here, my understanding in responding to the board's desire for more consistent updates on enforcement actions was all of the items listed here on the agenda, just to add some context, are updates that I've been providing to the board on timelines that are coming from Enforcement Council on when they may be approaching the board, any updates that I may have that are appropriate under 30A. So am I understanding the intent to basically say within that, you know, that was a welcome addition to updates to the board, but you're looking for more of the particular context of the order to show cause? We may need to redact some information depending on where we are in the process, but that within the updates that you've received for these 5 instances listed here over the last few months, that you would want to add the order to show cause where appropriate, redacted or to those periodic updates. Is that generally the desire I'm understanding? Okay.
I'll respond and say that that's what I, as one commissioner, would be looking at, not with the expectation that there would be any discussion. I think very strongly there should not be discussion. It should not be the subject of discussion at a meeting, but at least for us to know the nature of the investigation. Is it inversion? Is it illegal sales to minors? Is it in a workplace safety concern? So I, as one commissioner, would like to have that information, even if it is somewhat general, and again, with the understanding that it would not be appropriate for us to start talking about it. So it does strike me that as the charging document, once issued, perhaps it may be appropriate for us to see that order to show cause. I did want to ask a question, which is that at least in some instances, there's the notice of enforcement intent that would proceed in order to show cause. Is that used in every investigation?
Madam Chair.
Please, thank you, sorry.
Yes, Commissioner, and actually, I want to respond to your question, but first, you made a couple comments, and I want to just acknowledge too that any kind of improvements to process, any kind of speeding up of our review process is also definitely a team effort. So I appreciate what you said, but I also want to acknowledge the efforts of my team, the investigations team as well. As EC, I do have a very strong team of attorneys and paralegals that have all made an effort towards that. I will also just note that from when I started at the commission a little over 4 years ago, our team consisted of the Enforcement Council and 3 associate enforcement councils. We've now expanded the team to try to increase our bandwidth as well. We are now taking on more cases, and those cases do have a varying level of complexity. We've also improved our coordination with the investigations team. So I want to really thank our Director of Investigations, Catherine Nikoski, co-CIE Enos, as well as just everybody involved generally. So I appreciate what you said, but also that's definitely attributable to the whole team. When we're talking about letters of enforcement intent, so those are, and I know I've discussed those at public meetings previously, but just to kind of discuss that as well as orders to show cause. So letters of enforcement intent are more of an informal tool to identify or provide notice to a licensee that we intend to take an enforcement action. We outline the facts we are relying on, as well as the potential violations that we would include. And really at that stage, it is an invitation to the licensee to sit down, see if there is at an informal dispute resolution conference, see if there's an opportunity for us to resolve that matter prior to initiating the formal enforcement action. I will note that those were used more typically in the past. And so while in the past we may have, and this is not an exact breakdown, but while maybe 75% of the actions were initiated through a letter of enforcement intent, and 25% were orders to show cause, I think now we have more flipped those and become more formal with our process. I don't know exactly why those were utilized more frequently in the earlier days of the agency, but we have now kind of moved to utilizing the order to show cause more frequently than a letter of enforcement intent. So when those are used in particular, I think now we're only really reserving those for matters where we feel that, okay, the violations here are relatively straightforward. We believe there is an opportunity for us to negotiate a resolution before expending the administrative resources and energy to go through a hearing process. But I will note too that that is always the first step. If a letter of enforcement intent and a subsequent informal dispute resolution conference fails, we will move towards an order to show cause to actually formalize that action. In some instances, the matter may be dropped, but I'm not aware of any of those instances at this time.
Mr. Roy, earlier, why don't you follow up?
I was just
Go ahead.
The follow-up I was going to ask, which maybe you just answered, is have there been instances where you have begun an investigation through either an order to show cause or notice of enforcement intent, felt that there wasn't enough there and you dropped it? And if so, maybe the answer is that's never happened, but if it has happened, then what would there be that could be brought to commissioners, just so we know that that happened, even if it wasn't pursued?
Sure, Madam Chair.
Please.
And so, yes, I'm not aware, as I'm sitting here right now, of any that have been dropped entirely at that time, or after bringing a letter of enforcement intent or issuing an order to show cause. I will note that through a negotiation, there have been times where we have dropped a count. So as part of a negotiation, as that part of that give and take, but I'm not aware of any where we have dropped an entire action. I might be wrong on that. I would need to go back and verify, but as I'm sitting here right now, I'm not aware of any.
Thank you. Mr. Roy?
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett. Through the chair, to the EC. The letter of enforcement intent, I think you answered it, it is more informal than the order to show cause. We all just heard that an order to show cause is subject to public records requests, subject to certain redactions. I put motion language in the chat around informing commissioners when there is an order to show cause issued. I feel like we should add letter of enforcement intent as well, even though you said the ratio is flipped now, and that's utilized less than the order to show cause. And in one case on some of these updates is that a request by the licensee to rescind the letter of enforcement was submitted. It was declined. And my understanding of the facts that I've seen in the public domain, as a one board member, I'd be inclined to approve the rescission of the letter of enforcement intent. And so we're in the dark, we don't have it. So I played detective and I cobbled up a timeline and what and why wouldn't that come before the board? Who declined it? Who declined the licensee appeal to the board or requested that the letter of enforcement intent be rescinded? It was declined. How does that process work? Attorney Goodham.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. So I will note, I want to speak in a
Broadly.
general sense.
General strokes.
So when we're talking about letters of enforcement intent, those letters are simply notice to the licensee that these are the facts we're relying on. These are the violations that we believe we are determining, but there is no penalty that is assessed at that stage. There is nothing along those lines. So when we're talking about rescinding a letter of enforcement intent, I would say, generally speaking, my recommendation as enforcement counsel would be to not rescind any letter of enforcement intent because there is no real substantive effect. It is not a formal charging document because unless there is clear error in what we relied on. So there are other standards in our regulations some of them are kind of borrowing from some different areas just to inform analysis here. So if we're talking about like a mandatory disqualification in a suitability matter, there were very few instances or reasons that a licensee or a subject could provide to get rid of or contest a mandatory disqualification. Those would be that we're basing our assessment on clear error or the matter was corrected already. I'm not saying that that is a direct analog here, but when we're looking at a letter of enforcement intent, we are making an allegation notifying the licensee that this is what we are prepared to move forward with, providing an opportunity to maybe resolve that issue short of a hearing. If that does not work, then we can go to an order to show cause, which provides a formal opportunity for the licensee to be heard, present their case, and then the hearing officer can make a recommended decision to the board, and the board can then make their determination.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Chair. If a commissioner pointed out to enforcement staff that one commissioner felt possibly there was an error, that a letter of enforcement intent was issued based on a policy and a regulation that did not exist at the time, would that could perhaps be an error that could be pointed out, that it was issued based on a regulation that was not in existence and a policy that was not in existence and is actually in the recommendations that are public to become a policy, testing regulations to become a policy, because it's not. And yet the letter of enforcement intent was issued around that. Would that be an error?
Madam Chair.
Yep.
Commissioner Roy, as we're getting into this, I think I would want to be cautious. If a commissioner came to me and identified or seemed to be speaking on particular facts that only the commissioner was privy to, if it seemed like the commissioner might be in a position where they are making judgments on what the law or facts are, prior to receiving that information through a hearing officer or considering a recommended decision, it may present an opportunity for a licensee to appeal that. It might present a invalidating bias for that commissioner, which might prompt that commissioner to be recused or recuse themselves. It might also present an issue for the agency's 38 action. So,
Commissioner Roy.
Let me rephrase that. The general matter. If a letter of enforcement intent is issued based on a regulation and policy that was not in existence, could that be an error?
Madam Chair,
Please.
I think to be more direct, Commissioner, the appropriate time for the commissioner to weigh in on that.
No, I took that part back. Just generally speaking, no commissioner involvement, just generally speaking. If a letter of enforcement intent was issued to a licensee based on a policy and regulation that was not in existence, but is now being recommended to become a policy or regulation, but was not at the time, could that be perceived as an error where we would rescind it?
Madam Chair. Theoretically, however, I would say there's a lot of analysis that goes into a matter before bringing an action. I would say that when we are bringing an action, I am comfortable with every action that we have brought thus far. I think that we could make a reasonable defense of any allegations that we're making. I would not recommend any action to the executive director. I would not present any action to the board if I did not feel comfortable that what we are arguing has a legitimate basis and is supported by the law.
Madam Chair, thank you, and I appreciate that answer. You weren't, it predates you, so it was an enforcement action taken prior to your tenure. But aren't we exposed? Wouldn't the commission be exposed if we issued a letter of enforcement intent based on a policy and regulation that was not in existence at the time? And so I'm worried about exposure to the commission. And this predates you. This happened in the past. So my concern is we're exposed because we took significant enforcement actions on a policy that didn't exist or a regulation at the time. So I'm worried about exposure.
What if the commissioner becomes aware of internal bias on the part of a staff member during an investigation and an enforcement process. What are we to do if we are made aware of bias? What's our job?
Madam Chair, I would have to defer to general counsel on that. General counsel advises the board members in their capacity as adjudicators, as party to these actions, as enforcement counsel. I would not be able to advise the board on that. There may also be other outside resources such as the Ethics Commission, et cetera.
But again, I'm bringing it back because this is also, we have to worry about commissioner bias, but we also have to worry about staff bias. And what the auditor and the inspector general have stated is they have observed bias on the part of the staff. And that's what I'm trying to address is what do we do as, what policies should we be approving if we are conscious of bias, we are conscious of a number of different cases where that bias has impacted an investigation, and it has been kept from us as commissioners for years. So so is that what we're supposed to do? We're supposed to ask the general counsel? Is that what we should be doing now in these instances when we are aware potentially of allegedly of bias?
Madam Chair, that would be my suggestion. I think really I'm not the appropriate person to advise on that because I am party to these cases as the supervising attorney. It very well might be the general counsel, executive director, potentially.
If you are aware through other, maybe reading newspaper articles or looking at the inspector general's report, is it incumbent upon you as enforcement counsel to take, in essence, a judicial notice that you take notice of that, or do you only take what is in? What's the process for you if you have reason to believe? Based on, maybe there are articles in the paper. Does that impact you as enforcement counsel? And does that give you pause to say, wow, I need to look at, whether or not there is clear error, whether or not I need to rescind something? Is that incumbent upon you, or do you not ever take that into account?
Well, and Madam Chair, so I mean, one thing, like when we're talking about the auditor's report, for example, the auditor's report, my understanding is that with respect to enforcement actions, they noted that there is a potential or a risk of disparate treatment, but did not find with our enforcement actions that there was. I believe it was with the fee collection element specifically that, or HCA review, excuse me, that the auditor's office found an actual issue with that, but with respect to enforcement actions, I do not believe that was the case. I believe it was a advisement that there was a potential issue based on the amount of time. When we're talking about those, I definitely take those seriously as enforcement counsel. When we were responding to the auditor with their kind of 6-month progress report, we have made changes and proposed changes to our process to make sure that we're setting clear expectations in terms of what the timeline really needs to be. Obviously with some flexibility built in because each case has to be dealt with their own particular circumstances. Not every case is, some cases are more complex than others and may require additional work. But to your question about are we considering items that are presented in news articles or anything along those lines, I do think we can take notice of those and where it's appropriate, incorporate those into our analysis.
In terms of timing, and I think that that's where I'm seeing a lot of problems here, is that the authority of staff to take this long. So I would, and we've talked about this both on the record and in meetings. I believe that there needs to be clearer timeframes that there's X amount of time to do an investigation, because I've seen some very serious infractions matter of months, complaint to resolution, 4 or 5 months. Not 4 or 5 years. And so I would really like you and your team and Director Enos's team to come up with some guidance for us. How long is too long? We're being criticized as commissioners. We're sort of the subject of whether it's the tail wagging the dog or the globe spotlight. ultimately, we're the ones who raise our right hand and we take an oath to uphold the law. Yet, when we're prevented from, in a timely sense, making sure that justice is served, we're not doing our job. So I would really like, and maybe by the April 30th meeting, you could come up with some rough guidelines as to what is reasonable. And it doesn't mean that you have to complete an investigation, right? But that there is a time frame within which, I mean, we're talking about things that should be public knowledge, but we're also, so that if something is behind that 30-day curtain, we can reasonably say, hey, this is like how long it should normally take. And then getting some rationale from staff as to why it's taking long. That might be helpful. Commissioner Stebbins, and then we'll go to the executive director. Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair, and EC Gooden, thank you. And I'll add my kudos. I've been impressed with your work as enforcement counsel since you assumed the job, acting and then permanently. I caution a little bit on setting timeframes for investigations, only because each investigation is different. We've already seen through some investigations that we do not get cooperation with the licensee that we're investigating, which I'm sure can draw that out. And certainly at the end of the day, we've had circumstances where they've paid the penalty for that non-cooperation. I also understand it's right. It's a partnership, not just for your team, but it's a partnership with our investigators. So just raise the caution flag about prescribing too much of an investigative window, knowing that each investigation is going to be completely different. If I have a question for you and help us educate the public, can you just kind of quickly walk through what some components are, the order to show cause and the type of information that goes on?
Madam Chair?
Oh, yes, please, sir.
Of course. Yes, Commissioner, and these are actually orders to show cause are identified in our regulations, and the contents of an order to show cause are also prescribed in our regulations. So this is, I am reading out of 935 CMR 500 370 subsection 2, which identifies notice of violations under the order to show cause section. So it notes that the commission or commission delegee shall send written notice of the action taken against a licensee or registrant and the basis for that action, which shall include but not be limited to the following information. A, the commission's statutory and regulatory authority, including its jurisdiction over the subject matter and its authority to issue the order with regards to the license or registration. B, the factual bases of the order. C, the alleged violations of law, including the alleged noncompliance with law, regulation, guideline, or other applicable requirement. D, the restrictions on the licensee's or registrant's operation or sale or use of marijuana or marijuana products, if any. E, the potential for further disciplinary actions, sanctions, or fines. And F, the right to a hearing, if any. So we must include all of that information. I'm speaking, this is specific to orders to show cause. Generally, with respect to E, we will also put in what our assessment at the time, what we are ordering in an order to show cause. And then there is a time period in which the licensee or subject of that order can request a hearing, which then pauses the actual effectuation of the order. But all of that information is prescribed by the regulation. So we will speak to each of those areas. I will note too, just with some suspension orders, limitations on sales, any other tool that we are using, those have different or may have different requirements too. So I'm speaking primarily to orders to show cause here.
Executive Director?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to, Commissioner Roy does have the motion on the order to show cause, so we can get into that. I think within that also, she entered in sort of a policy discussion that I just want to make sure I have an understanding of going into next steps here. On the clearer timeframe point that the chair had made, my suggestion, if we can stick to that April 30th timeline, I think you mentioned, would be that we look at also, as the EC mentioned, the other 30 agencies within Mass, anything that they may have related to timelines. Happy to try to pull that together very quickly. We obviously work well with them on a variety of different topics, and I'm sure they would be amenable to helping us add some context of how they may approach timelines. And then also other jurisdictions, happy to cast kind of a broad net through CANRA on that and see what we can come back with by the 30th to add some context for the board as you contemplate that with the EC. But that would just be my initial thoughts if the 30th works for folks.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Would you like to make that motion?
I would, but I just, yes, I will. Just a comment. So we got overall updates on 5. But the first one, an email, to this day, to this minute, to this second, I have no idea. Is it data manipulation? I couldn't to this day speak to one thing on that first one. And I don't know if my colleagues have more information than I do, but I have 0 on that first one. So I don't know what non-compliance perhaps occurred because we've been kept in the dark completely on that first one. So I don't know if my colleagues have any information on that first one. I don't.
And to Commissioner Stevens's point, I understand that every case is different, but these all cases appear to have been all treated differently. And so it's not prescribing a time frame within which an investigation happens. It's just saying consistency. And the difference is if it's more complex, tell us it's more complex, so it's not that we're asking to handcuff anybody, but it's just making sure because, we should not be the last to know. I should not be sitting next to you in a scrum and finding out a woman died, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you and I both gave the same answer. I had no idea. So we need to have an idea, but in particular, when we have public health, whether it's moldy products, pesticides, heavy metals, inflated THC, we need to make sure that we're protecting the public health. So again, Commissioner Roy, I'd like to make a motion again. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Councilor Gooden, this is not easy, and I know a lot of this stuff happened or was predated your tenure, and Commissioner Bennett is absolutely right. The trends are moving in the right direction, but we still have things that are kind of outliers from before you came here. So Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. And thank you, EC Gooden. And I think we're all in agreement to reevaluate the process. And thank you for looking at other jurisdictions and what you'll bring back and other regulatory bodies that have to comport themselves with 30A. So I do appreciate that. In the meantime, if I may, Madam Chair.
Right, please.
Okay, I have motion language. Move that the commission direct the executive director to distribute any order to show cause and letter of enforcement intent once issued to the commissioners in a timely manner, subject only to minimal redactions necessary to protect information that is legally confidential or otherwise exempt from disclosure. The executive director shall ensure that any such redactions are narrowly tailored and limited to the specific material required by law to be withheld, and that the substantive basis for the order remains available to commissioners for their review and oversight. Further, the commission directs that this revised process be memorialized in a policy or SOP with a draft to be prepared and presented for review and approval by the board by April 30th, 2026. So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that motion?
Just a quick question. Would you entertain a friendly amendment instead of for their review and oversight, just for their information?
Pose it to all of us.
No, I'm asking you. You made the motion.
We are.
What would be the point? If you could just clarify, what would be the point of not approving it?
No. Just at the tail end of the first sentence, it says.
Wait a minute. I thought you were
Available.
talking about the last sentence.
No. Remains available to the commissioners for the review and oversight. I'm just wondering if we could change that for their information.
I'd be curious what Commissioner Benedon thinks.
Well, I suspect what you're getting at is that, to me, review doesn't give me pause, but oversight potentially does, because again, I'm cognizant of kind of our dual role, where as commissioners, we are both running an agency, the whole agency, including the enforcement department, but we also are the adjudicators. So I'm concerned that oversight might suggest that we are wading into the investigation and the enforcement in a way that may be inappropriate. So review is something I'm comfortable with, oversight gives me pause.
Okay, so I will strike.
Okay, so I was mixing up where you were saying.
Commissioner Stebbins, through the chair.
Yes, please.
Is that consistent with what you're
That,
saying and your concern, or did you have a different concern?
I think you addressed that. I was worried those two words might be too broad. I think
Reviewing.
what we're trying to get to is making sure that commissioners are aware of it, or informed of, in order to show cause.
Right.
Should I reread? Or
Let's reread the whole thing and.
All right, okay, here we go.
I misunderstood.
Thank you
because I was
for your
looking at the
confidence.
last, I was looking at the last sentence. I didn't understand.
Okay, move that the commission direct the executive director to distribute any order to show cause and letter of enforcement intent once issued to the commissioners in a timely manner, subject to only minimal redactions necessary to protect information that is legally confidential or otherwise exempt for disclosure. The executive director shall ensure that any such redactions are narrowly tailored and limited to the specific material required by law to be withheld, and that the substantive basis for the order remains available to the commissioners for their review. Further, the commission directs that this revised process be memorialized in a policy or SOP with a draft to be prepared and presented for review and approval by the board by April 30th, 2026.
So here's a second, Commissioner
Second.
Stebbins. Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Benedon. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins. Chair
Aye.
votes aye. And once again, Tim, we thank you for your patience and your intelligent responses. Thank you. All right, so moving on, just having a quick conversation. We had a conversation previously about the publication of approved receivers. And I think that it is, thanks again, Tim. I think that it is appropriate that we publish this on our website, and that that the commission not interject itself into the license cap issue. I know people who take court-ordered appointments from a judge, and you'll be running in as an attorney, and the judge has appointed, and you can't take all those cases, and you have to go back and you have to say to the judge, sorry, judge, I can't do it. Here, I think this is up to, and one of the things, I forget if the executive director and I had the exact conversation, but one of the things that I suggested is that we are basically giving a gold star, a seal of approval to persons who are knowledgeable enough in cannabis regulations that they are on our list of pre-approved receivers. I think that we can make a minor tweak in whatever that process is that we ask all the receivers to take affirmative responsibility for ensuring that whatever work they're doing does not exceed any, license cap issues. It's not really the court's job to figure this out. It's not our job to chase people down and to limit the number of people that are on the website. It's really up to the receivers themselves. And I think that we can potentially put some disclaimer, noting that while these people have been approved by the commission as being knowledgeable about this, that it is no guarantee that they can take your case. And I don't know if the executive director, but it just feels like we're missing the ability, because I have gotten some feedback from folks, that we have 30 right now. I don't know how many there are, but there are 30 licensees in receivership, 30 licenses that are in receivership, potentially another 30. And in the heart-wrenching conversations that I've had with licensees over the course of the last couple of weeks, I can tell you, 3 or 4 more are thinking that they can't keep going. So whatever we can do to make this as easy and accessible for those licensees that are in distress, that might be able to move more quickly, maybe to sell their business or keep people on the job. I'd like to, get some sense of my fellow commissioners, but I think that we can readdress this, make some small tweaks, and make this a more efficient process. And I don't know if anybody has any questions, concerns, or think this isn't a good idea, but I don't think it's really up to us to determine who can and cannot be on the list as long as they've been approved. I think it's up to the receiver to say, I can or can't take your case. So, Mr. Executive Director, I know that you had thought about this, but, I don't know if you have any feedback, because I think that there are enough disclaimers that we can put out there to put the onus not on us, but on the receivers, the receivers themselves. So.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So based on the previous discussion, the expectation was we were going to try to reach out to folks who've been previously pre-certified, encourage them to get recertified, understanding that there are folks who are entering that field, and encouraging them as well to get pre-certified. A list that had originally been 8 is down to 4 at the time that we had that discussion. So the only concern was putting out receivers who were all basically at their license cap. But I think, as you're pointing out, that is not our responsibility. It's the receiver's responsibility to not go over the cap. And as long as we are providing the information that we can to the courts, who are ultimately the ones who are appointing the court-appointed receiver, that we're doing everything that we can to keep the information out there. So I think there's still a desire to make sure that people understand, if they are in that business, that it is in their benefit to become pre-certified. Through the CCC, we would put that on our website, make that information available, and then we could have certainly disclaimers on there that indicates it's their responsibility to ensure that they're monitoring the cap. The cap may change with the legislation that was announced yesterday, but as of right now, we know that some of those existing pre-certified receivers are at the cap. And I think, to the chair's point, that is ultimately their individual responsibility to not go over that, though we do obviously monitor it as part of our normal ongoing work.
Thank you. So again, I don't think we need to take any vote, but is this just, we don't need to take a vote on this, right?
I think if I'll share kind of the disclaimer language and where we are right now since our last discussion, and we can move to try to get more information on the website in a more accelerated timeline.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. I believe next meeting, will we review and approve the form? What's the update on the form?
Executive Director.
Thank you. The form we had from our previous discussion was planned for the meeting on the 16th, so we would anticipate for review and potential approval.
Okay.
Commissioner Roy?
Didn't we also discuss ways to incentivize people to become, in other words, the fees, right? So people are disincentivized. I remember,
Yeah, we were charging them
500 or which would, and Director Koval heard feedback directly that, why would I do that? Like,
Yeah.
why would I?
I don't even know if I'm going to be able to do it.
So how do we remove that burden?
Maybe we can make a suggestion that it's not 500, it's some nominal 50, $100.
25, 50.
50, no, but 500 is not nothing, okay?
It's not
That's a
nothing.
really nice night out and drinks and good show, something. It's real.
So, Mr. Executive, do you have any recommendations as far as maybe the waiver of that fee or the non-enforcement of that fee?
Or is that a regulation? Is it in regulation that there is a set fee now?
I believe it is in regulation.
I believe it is. I would suggest that we bring that back with the form on the 16th, if that's okay. But
Yeah.
if there's a desire to do that today, I was going to go through with the publication conversation. And I think take the consensus of the board on that, and we can bring that conversation back on the 16th.
Does everyone think that's a good idea? Okay, thank you very much. All right, you're gonna get out of here in time. All right, product catalog, open data update. You could join us. So give us an update that our friends at Metrics said this would be flip a switch, and you have been dealing with a little bit more than just the flipping. So maybe you can just give us an update. Obviously, we've gotten a lot of, and thank you and thank your team. We've got a lot of really good positive feedback from the public about the open data that is available out there. And also, so maybe just, give us an update, product catalog, what's going on. And again, just thanking you about the open data.
Okay, well, thank you. So, thank you, Chair. Let me take open data first because I think it's quicker and easier for you for update. So, yes, we had just prior to our previous meeting announced that we had released the testing data for 2025. We are preparing to, as we would then fill in backwards in time, the additional data. We're preparing to release the end of this week, the 2024 data, and we'll continue to work back in time through the remaining years for that. So that continues to move forward in that direction.
Can you just provide some information about whether data is, I thought that we had determined that we should have a policy that this data should be de-anonymized with, and I'm forgetting whether it was, I don't know whether it's Commissioner Roy who put forward the language, but that we had a good compromise that, Commissioner Roy?
Yeah, so I think there's two things. We're still waiting on that data use agreement, right? That I think you guys are formulating, but in the release of the testing data has generated a lot of interest. We've seen people create visualizations and graphs, but what I'm hearing is that what we did internally is a hash encryption of the open data, which is making it harder, less user-friendly, and we went to great lengths to create this hash encryption used by NSA. Why are we doing that?
In the attempt to, in providing that data is de-identified, by adding the hashing, and it's not that complicated, honestly. My director of data analytics, Dr. Sarkis, generated the hash. It's something she's very familiar with doing. To do that, it's just one way of it's adding a mask to it, and there's multiple different ways of adding a mask to de-identify the data.
May I?
Yeah, please, Commissioner Roy.
It seems to be subverting the will of the board who wants to provide more transparency, and we're adding hash encryptions to make less transparency. So for me personally, I feel like that is going against the will of the board by adding that mask.
I think, can I ask, why were we not consulted before Dr. Sarkis did that?
My understanding and my definition of whether it's a hash or however, if it's de-identified, then the identity is masked in some way, shape, or form.
We added an extra encryption, and the will of the board is more transparency, and adding a hash encryption creates less transparency, which went against the will of the board. So I don't understand why that occurred.
Commissioner Bennett?
Well, but we did approve providing this information in a de-identified format. So
Yes.
I think another way to look at it is that they carried out our will by ensuring it would remain de-identified, not have it be de-identified, but very easy to identify.
What I think,
I could see what they did being in furtherance.
but I don't think that was what her motion, that does not, that's not, and I apologize,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
not consistent. Just, I think you need to
So,
restate.
yeah, so like we unpack, so the board wanted the information identifiable. And ultimately, we want a data use agreement, so people aren't poaching customer lists and they're using it for research and whatnot. And so when the folks applauded the will of the board and that the staff released more data information, but then subsequently added a mask to encrypt it further. They're encrypting it further. And so to me, that's contrary to the will of the board to encrypt it further and to add a mask. And I found out through stakeholder feedback that this was occurring.
But I think the whole point is we were very much opposed to this, and obviously we had 2 votes, we don't, and I don't know if we could have, convinced our fellow commissioners to, but if I wanted this to be de-anonymized. I think that this information, and I think we've gotten very important feedback about public health and safety risks. And if it is anonymized too much, it will allow continued fraud to continue. Commissioner Roy came up with I love the term, elegant solution that I thought that's what we told you folks to do. And I think that it would have been incumbent if you were putting additional barriers to researchers to find this, and again, we're still waiting to get that data use agreement. So are these hash marks only going to be there? Again, I'm not using the right term, but are they only going to be there until we have that data use agreement finalized? Is that what you're saying?
So as we understood, and Executive Director wants to speak, the intent was we would post on open data the de-identified data. We've always used a masking approach. This happens to be part of our new database, in our new database technology. It's a more advanced hashing tool that the scripts generate. So it wasn't, we went out of the way, we were using the new tool. The understanding I had was that for those people who wanted the identified data, they would sign a data use agreement and receive that directly from us to them from that data use agreement.
Stating it correctly, that once we have the data use agreement, that will be removed.
So if someone completes the data use agreement, then we would provide them the identified data.
Mr. Roy.
I guess I'm trying to reconcile why we put additional encryption and masking. Why we felt that was necessary to do that.
No, go ahead.
We didn't put extra in. We didn't go out of the way to put extra in. It was part of our new tool that encrypts in a different way than we had done previously. We have always historically masked the metric tags so that, just as part of the de-identification process. It's just we used a different tool to de-identify with the latest in the 2025 release, and that we were using going forward. It wasn't to go out of the way. It was just a different tool to do the same task of de-identifying.
Did you know about that tool when we took this vote about the agreement?
I knew we were going to be masking it. I did not know exactly the specific of the tool that Dr. Sarkis was using particularly, and but the goal was always to de-identify, and so I knew that was.
I mean, I think you heard us saying that. I mean, I thought that the whole point was that there was back and forth understanding, and I don't agree with the legal, advice that we got is that this is, necessary. I mean, I actually see a competitive advantage if we were doing this among cultivators, among manufacturers. That's where you can really find some, a protected IP, as opposed to what we're looking at is not a competitive advantage, as opposed to what we're looking at is where are the anti-competitive forces at play. And if we don't have enough data out there to fight against the anti-competitive forces, we're allowing the cheaters to cheat. I would absolutely agree with the legal opinion that we got, that if it were a manufacturing and we were providing de-anonymized information about a product that a manufacturer, cultivator, whatever, I could see that. I don't see how this is competitive information. I totally disagree with that legal opinion that we got, because what this is the most profound public safety tool we have. And having those, outside data scientists helping us, it helps us look at what was removed from our report to the legislature, that there is a financial interest to cheat. And so, whereas I disagree with the legal rationale that this is I'm forgetting what was a competitive, I'm forgetting what it was, but I thought we were very clear. I was very much opposed to making it anonymized. I thought Commissioner Wright came up with a solution, and I'm hoping that we will be able to take this off once we get those data use agreements. Is that what I've heard you say?
Again, the intention as I understand it is that if a party wants to get the identified data, they will sign a data use agreement that will prescribe how the data can be used. We would then at that time give them the identified data as part of that data use agreement.
I have a question, but
not necessarily open to the public side. We require some.
But I mean, this is
this is something
public benefit, is it not? If we are identifying trends, financial incentives, business moving that may or may not relate to.
So the data is still, I mean, the trends, as you've said, there's some very great graphics and charts out there that have defined. So to to the will of what the board was, is to allow citizen scientists, I believe Commissioner Riley uses that term, to go out and do the data analytics and come up with trends and analysis. That data is all there. They're able to do that. It's not scrambled in such a way that it's not, for example, we could have, if we really wanted to scramble, we'd have changed the lab. So you couldn't say, well, here's all the product from lab A, lab B.
But as long as I can just restate that
Yes.
based on what I think Commissioner Roy suggested, and I thought I was voting for, which is once we have this data use agreement, as long as it's not being used as a competitive advantage, as we saw in a legal memo, that somehow this interferes, this proprietary information, as long as it's being used in a way that I believe protects the public health and safety, that once someone signs a data use agreement, that we should make it de-anonymized. Executive Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this was covered, but I just want to make clear, Dr. Sarkis implemented what the motion was, which was to de-identify. The feedback that we received from an individual was that they basically, it was de-identified to the point where they couldn't identify it. That is the point of the de-identification. To your point on the DUA, the data use agreement, the motion stipulates that we're bringing that back to the board on the 16th for further discussion. But I think just to reiterate kind of the structure of that, which I've had the conversation with Commissioner Roy, I don't recall if we did at the board, is that the online portal, and this was a wording that was provided to you, was I don't want, this individual said to us, I don't want everything out on the internet for everybody, right? So the intent would be the open data platform would have the de-identified, yes, on yields, yep, would have the de-identified data, and that if you want the identified data, you have a data use agreement with us, and then you receive the
But I
identified.
thought we were going to be putting yield because that's going to, or is that, well, Commissioner Wright?
Thank you. Chief Clark, do you recall roughly the date when we expanded the open data? How long ago? 2 months ago, 3 months?
For the testing data,
Yeah.
it was at the beginning of March that we
Okay.
posted it.
Yeah, and do you know approximately the date where the advanced hashing tool, the masking tool was put in place?
It was part of the, in February, I reported out that our data team had implemented a new data warehouse, and as part of that process, that tool was available in the database.
So if this is very, very high level, so the previous tool we were using for masking versus the new one, encryption, what are the general differences? How much more sophisticated is this one, or how much more sophisticated do you have to be to decipher it?
I don't have the exact specs, and I can certainly.
Yeah, just high level.
For you, obviously, it's a longer code.
It is by a lot of digits, my understanding.
Which does make it harder to decipher. But again, that we understood that was the intention of the board. To be clear, that data itself is the manufacturer's metric tag. So by having that and having that identifiable, then someone could identify the manufacturer. And you said one of your points is, you made, Chair, was not being able to get manufacturers and cultivators data. That
I think that there's a difference between manufacturers and testing labs.
But this data is
And then
manufacturer's
we're
data.
talking about yields, and that's one of the things I thought we were going to add. That we
Oh, we're
are
not
going
gonna
to.
We haven't talked about adding yields yet.
Not adding yields.
Get that info. How do we get that info then? Or is that internally? How do we look at that?
Madam Chair, we directed the testing task force to begin.
Oh, all right,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
I beg your pardon.
last meeting.
I'm conflating issues, my apologies.
Yes.
Okay,
If I may,
please, Commissioner Wright.
it went from 16 digits to how many, or can you say how many digits the encryption went from what?
Don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to check with our
I think it like
team to get a number.
60.
I think it's 64. It's a standard 64-bit, I believe, but I don't want to be.
Okay, so again, just to bring us back, appreciate the work of you and Dr. Sarkis, and you see that the curiosity that this has generated and the graphics and the visualizations is, and quite frankly, could help our enforcement team. And then we went from 24 to 64 digits for encryption, which makes it harder for citizen scientists to, so we just added harder encryption. I think it subverts what we're trying to do.
So whether it's 12 digits or 64 digits, the pattern is still there. So cultivator A,
Yeah.
whether it was identified by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 64 characters, is still the same cultivator. So if you're doing an analysis, you can say, oh, this cultivator or this manufacturer is got a pattern of whatever THC, or so they can do that without identifying it. The difference in the hash length just is, as you've noted, the comment was they've not been able to reverse engineer the tag of who it was, which means identifying it themselves. And that's really was, again, the goal of this. It also makes it easier for us to reverse if there isn't a trend that's reported to our testing task force, get some information that they want to look into. It's an easier mechanism on our end now to then say, here's the identification of who that particular ID is. So again, that data is either manufacturer or cultivator's data. And we just made it harder. They can still group things. They can group it by lab. They can group it by product. It's just, you can't reverse engineer the same way as who is the actual tag.
Okay, if I may.
Okay.
So the data use agreement will be brought before us when?
Legal's working with that. So I believe the goal is to bring it for the meeting on the 16th.
I believe the motion was for the 16th, or that's what the date backed into. So we have that on.
Okay, okay. And so once that's ratified by the board, then sounds like it'll be the same level of encryption, but those that agree to the data use agreement, then they will get the
We would provide to them directly.
identifiable information at that point.
Correct.
Okay,
Okay,
sorry,
thank you.
I was wrong. All right. So.
Product catalog.
Product catalog. I thought it was gonna be the easier first.
No, I know.
Sorry,
I was
yeah.
like,
The other part of this, obviously bringing more data out to the world is the desire and the motion to have Metric release its new updated product catalog with the COAs in that. So Metric did launch that right at the end of March as originally had planned. As of yesterday, as part of the 545-day or 18-month purging, they've removed 161,000 items from the catalog, have added 196,000 new products. So there's actually been a net increase in the number of products in the catalog, and have uploaded just shy of 300,000 COAs into the catalog. There are, however, a couple of issues that we've identified through the launch over the last week and a half. First of all, there is a bug, a Metric identified bug in the filter. So is noted, Nevada is the other state that's using this catalog. And currently there's a drop-down filter for choosing the state. That filter does not work properly at the moment. In fact, it can prevent searching from using any of the other criteria of searching. Metric has that as a high priority bug that they're working on, and are working to get that resolved. I don't have an ETA yet, but this is a short, couple of weeks, not a long term. They're also working towards making it more clear that if you're coming from Massachusetts, it's searching the Massachusetts catalog, and you don't have to make that selection. So that's another component that they're working on to make it easier. So those two are kind of bug fix things that we can fix. One glaring item that I know we missed in this, I didn't catch the details myself of this, is that by our current regulations in the product catalog, is that raw product in general is not required to be placed in the catalog. The intent of the original catalog was, parent finds a wrapper under the bed and is this a legit product, or a law enforcement officer? So the assumption is a picture of a bud is a picture of a bud. It's not going to be of any helpful. There's no tag on it. There's no way of identifying who this came from. So because of that, there's no requirement for raw product to be put in, a bulk product to be put into the catalog, which means there's not a way to get to the COAs for those products currently in the catalog.
That may not be a solvable problem, all right?
There's a couple of potential, and I met with our ID folks, our director of investigations, our co-interim chiefs, last week with Metric, and we've met again, and we're working on some thoughts about how to do this. The interesting side tidbit is that the delivery operators actually have to put bulk product in by definition. And retailers who currently repackage items do as well. So there's a couple of things that we can look at, and what the plan is we're going to come up with some recommendations for the board is to the changes to be made is to allow either identify what we can eventually do via guidance, and then what may require regulation changes for the requirement of the bulk product. But it may, things like repackaging at the retail, some of it getting to the retail, the changes in the lab testing down at the retail side as opposed to the manufacturing side will also help some of this. So Nevada has this because they require bulk product to be in, so they can do some of that. And really even the pre-rolls we can cover. It's the bulk. It's those that may have the bin of the 5 different varieties, and you can choose a little bit of each, and mixes might be a little bit more challenging, but the requirement may be to have them package that in some way with some sort of ID or essentially as at the point of sale that can be then recorded. So that's where, so short summary, COAs are up for manufactured products. For the bulk products, they're not there at this time, but we will come back to the board with recommendations as to how to make that happen.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad you brought up pre-rolls because right now we don't test in final form like that. And so, but we are moving in that direction, I think, eventually. So you're already, sounds like you're already contemplating that around pre-rolls and how that can be in the product catalog, which is great. And so, for the bulk product, there is a COA, it's been tested.
Correct.
Right? So there is a certificate of analysis somewhere.
Correct.
Okay, so the disconnect between that COA and the actual product is what?
It is, if you've got a bulk, again, I'm not the expert in this. I may ask either Catherine or someone from INE to step in to fill in the details. But, as a consumer going into purchase,
Like deli style, like if it's deli style.
If it's deli style, I'm a little bit of this, a little bit of that, mix it up. I'll make my own mix, kind of like the candy shelf, the candy stores approach. Then then you don't know which ones you got. You don't have a specific COA for that one product because you pull 5 or 6 different products to that. So that's where the challenge is. Good.
He's got an opinion.
Armin, please.
Just watching him come up.
Just noting that Catherine is a.
Catherine.
All right, okay. But he just looked like he had an opinion, so I was kind of excited to.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I will happily defer to Director Minkowski.
Yeah, I just know in your head, you had a great walk-up song coming up, so I don't know, I want to know what it was, so. Director Vinkowski?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so some of the issues that there's some differences in the regulatory language. So the regulatory definition of the product database, as what it's called in 500 and 501, is specified for finished marijuana products produced by a manufacturer. So the when this came online in 2021, 2022, it was written in a way that it was for infused manufactured products from a manufacturer or an MTC conducting manufacturing. In 130, which is the subsection governing product manufacturers, there's explicit instructions to product manufacturers on how and when they're supposed to enter finished marijuana products into the product catalog. So there's not supposed to be intermediary products in there. There's not supposed to be bulk products in there. It's so that you could find an edible, a MIP in your child's backpack, for example, pull up the packaging, and it's supposed to be user friendly so that you could find this, that just determine whether it was an illicit product or not. There's also instructions under, I believe it's 140, the retail subsections, where if a retailer repackages finished marijuana product, they are expected to put it in the product catalog. This again denotes product that it repackaged or wholesaled from a product manufacturer. So it leaves out cultivators or cultivating licensees. The difference is that in the delivery operator licensees, it specifically denotes that delivery operators must input wholesale product that they receive from marijuana cultivators, micro businesses, or cooperative craft or craft cooperative. Forgive me, that license name, the craft cooperatives, product that they wholesale from those license types, whether it be white labeled or not, they need to enter those into the product catalog. So in the regulatory scheme as we have right now, the only license type that would be required to enter in raw products, whether it be bulk buds, bulk shake trim, raw pre-rolls, itemized eighths, quarters, would be delivery operators. And what has made the product catalog very not user-friendly in the past is that there's a lot of bulk and intermediary products in the catalog. So you could go in right now and just find a stainless steel bowl with concentrate mixture in it. That's not going to help anyone identify a product. You could also find photos of bud. Unless that is next to the packaging, that's not going to help anyone identify product. And because right now retailers and manufacturers, cultivators have no regulatory requirement to enter in their finished marijuana product. It's only delivery operators. So when we spoke to Metric, in order to fully declutter the product catalog, there's no way right now, and that's why we need to continue to work with Metric to determine options. We can't just make it so that just delivery operators can enter in this raw product. It would kind of be in, Chief Clark, certainly correct me if I'm wrong, kind of an all or nothing approach. Either all licensees need to be allowed to enter this product or none.
I agree with that.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not, we thank you. We know that this has been a lot on your plate. Oh, Commissioner Roy?
Who will be drafting proposed regulatory language to make these changes? I'd be, obviously, I don't know what the future portends, but I'd be more than happy to work with INE or anybody to help draft. To Director Bukowski's point, it can't be just disparately to delivery operators. It has to be all license types. So, and it sounds like that needs regulatory amendments and edits. So I'd be more than happy to volunteer myself to help with that. Again, don't know what the future portends. So I don't know if anybody is already on, dedicated to look at that, Director,
Oh, no, thank you, Commissioner Roy. Yeah, we can certainly kind of discuss that internally, but happy to kind of work with you in that and happy to work with CTL Clark as well.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you.
And just the other thing we're looking at too, which we hadn't mentioned too, is the package labeling, as well as to make this again easier for people who purchase to align with the catalog as well. That was another area that we discovered in this process is not very well aligned. So the packaging labeling is not always, depending on there's not requirements in the label that make it easy to then look it up in the catalog. So that's one of the other things that we've discussed and will be part of the recommendations is some alignments in the package labeling requirements to make it easier to do the searching within the product catalog.
That makes sense.
Right, thank you. Right,
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We only have a short time frame, but I think that we can just have a brief conversation and finish this up. So, we've had a couple of conversations. And again, I mentioned in the beginning, talking with the Secretary of Economic Affairs, talking with some other, folks in the last couple of months that might be interested in supporting research. But one of the things, and again, we're not going to get to it today. We're not going to vote on it today. But it's the need to look at the research license type and research permits. We have some folks who are working on how we can protect intellectual property when business would like to engage in research, but currently that is considered public information. So, we have that work being done right now. We will probably, maybe by the end of the month, we may have something in writing, but I wanted folks to know that, and there are a number of different people who've been reaching out to me, that this is one of the license types, one of the changes we're going to have to make, that I don't believe this does not require a regulatory change. Does it require a regulatory change, or is it just the IP? Just help me, because
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe Commissioner Roy had covered this a little bit at the previous meeting too. So I think right now the problem is in the reg, it says that the report needs to be done and presented to the commission, which is broadly stated in a way that sort of makes it that the commission would be receiving the information in an open process that may make the researcher uncomfortable from the IP standpoint. I do think it's a relatively simple cleanup within the regs, and I'd be happy to work with Commissioner Roy and bring that
Yeah,
back.
I mean, if we could, I mean, I'm trying to figure out what vehicle that could be. I don't know if it's red tape removal or, you know, that it might be, I don't know where you think this might appropriately sit, but this is one of those things that I think could go a long way towards.
I think it could be folded into whatever the next round is.
Yeah.
I could work with the executive director and draft motion language.
Right.
I mean, think about it, the conversation, it's the irony, the conversation we had prior around open data and the protecting of intellectual property or property and the great lengths we've gone to encrypt that, but yet for research, there are no protections.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a
Again,
crazy irony.
we'll address that a little bit later in the month. And so anyway, thank you, everybody. It's been productive. We're going to get out of here with the hard stop before 3:30. Are there any additional questions, issues that people would like to raise? No new business, not anticipated at time of posting. At some point in time, Commissioner Benedon, you're going to explain to me why we even post that if we have to post it. So how do we, I would love to know what under what parameters, and I really know, I actually don't know. There they got it in the, but what,
I do have a thought around that.
please,
Repeat what it says on the agenda.
no new business not anticipated at time of
Well,
posting.
what I would say how we could utilize that is, and that was your idea, agenda setting meetings, but that could be an opportunity if something's come up recently that you'd like to see on an agenda. That would be say, this just came up recently, not posted, but I'm flagging it under this section that perhaps on the next agenda, it could be placed. That's, I think, a way we should use that.
And I will share very briefly that putting it on there is simply for the benefit of the public, but it does nothing in terms of the ability to discuss something. So if an item is unanticipated, so if as of 48 hours before the meeting, there was a matter that was not anticipated for discussion, and then it arises and we think it's time sensitive, we can discuss it even though it's not on the agenda.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't need to have included that in order to be able to discuss it. We would have been able to discuss it anyway.
Regardless of.
As an unanticipated item. And if it was anticipated more than 48 hours in advance, but not on the agenda, we cannot discuss it. Again, regardless. So putting it on there is just letting the public know that there could be unanticipated topics that we might take up. But it doesn't give us any cover or change anything as to whether we would or would not be allowed to discuss it.
I learned something. I think it does. So thank you. I'm glad you explained that because every time I say it,
It's
Yeah.
very common on agendas,
Yeah.
but it has no legal consequence.
thank you. Thanks for that explanation. Now I learned something. Thank you. Now, the next meeting date will be April 16th, 2026 at 10 a.m. And with that, Commissioner Benedon, I will entertain a motion to adjourn at least tentatively until April 16th, 2026.
So moved.
Do I hear a second, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Benedon,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy. Aye. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.